Hello again, everyone. Steve Beverly with you for another edition of Union University Basketball. It's a rare Friday night contest as the Lady Bulldogs and Bulldogs take on Montevallo from down in Alabama. Coach Mark Campbell is with us. And Mark, before we get into tonight's game, I want to be another in the line of people to say congratulations on being named the next athletic director at Union University, effective on June 1st. And I can think of nobody better to be in that role.
I appreciate it. I love this place. Been here for 29 years, and God's really just used it to radically change my life in a lot of different ways. And so I just want to serve it well, believe in it, believe in our mission, and looking forward to seeing what God's going to do through it. I know that leadership isn't easy, and so but I love the coaches here. I love what we're trying to do, and I look forward to following people like David Blackstock and Tommy Sadler, who I've had great relationships with, and really their relationships God used in a lot of different ways to make me who I am.
Mark, let's get into the road trip that you were just on, and you had told us as we started the season that this was going to be, even though the team was undefeated in November, that this was going to be a work in progress. And you had a couple of games on the road last weekend that you took a tumble on. From your vantage point as coach, what happened on the road last weekend, and what were the biggest challenges that you faced?
I think number one, we're just not well coached at this point. It's a different system. We've had a couple of injuries, obviously missing two starters for both those games. But really, that's not even an excuse. There's so many details that we've got to get better at. But the avenues are there. The hardest thing with coaching is if there's no road for improvement, then it's very frustrating. And so I'm not frustrated. I just got to get better as a coach, be able to teach better. Coach Meyer used to always say, a teacher is as good as a student listens, learns, and applies. And I'm not a very good teacher right now. And so we've got to figure out how to get better at a lot of different areas. And at the same time, we had a chance to win both those games. We were down 18 at West Florida with the quarter left, and tied the game, had the ball with less than 15 seconds left, and had a chance to win it. And really bad call, but we played bad enough. It's never the referee's faults. And then we go to Valdosta, we're up 5 with 5 minutes left, and played really poorly the whole game offensively. And at the same time, our best player, which is our press, had 24 turnovers against West Florida and 28 against Valdosta. So we have plenty of opportunities, but we're not handling the ball well. We're not playing with much purpose offensively, not paying attention to scouting reports very well. There's a lot of things in the press we can change and get better at. So lots of avenues, no excuses. I have to be a better teacher.
I've said that about myself many times in the classroom. So welcome to the club, brother. All right. Now, let's talk about this Montevallo team that is coming in tonight. It's a rare Friday night game, and it was because this is finals week that we're playing on Friday, Sunday this weekend. But tell me what you know about them.
Well, you know what, Steve? At this point, I know that they're going to play zone some. They're going to 2-2-1 press us some. They have one of the better point guards in our leagues, and I respect Gary Van Atten a lot. So I've been focusing on us so much because I am not good enough as a coach to focus on all the things Montevallo does and all the things that we are doing badly right now. So my assistant, Sean Blackburn, has done a really good job preparing us for Montevallo. I feel really good about it. At the same time, if we'll control the things with us and the way we want to play, then we can take care of the problems with Montevallo just in the basis of just playing harder than other people and us being aware of what we're doing scouting report-wise. So I'm expecting a team that's going to provide some problems for us because they play off script a whole lot.
Update us on the injury situation.
Well, I mean, there's really no update. Allie has some stuff going on Friday where we're going to find out more about what's going on with her. Bethany got some good news yesterday, but we won't have her until after Christmas. So, but we missed Bethany's shooting. We missed Allie's ability to offensive rebound, things like that. At the same time, with playing the style this year, we played 13 people in most of our first games. And so getting down to 11 doesn't affect the idea of doing what we're doing, but it does affect the things that those particular young ladies do well.
We'll see you out on the floor in just a couple of minutes, and we look forward to a turnaround tonight and a victory. So wish you the best of luck.
Thanks, Steve.
And we're live from Fred DeLay Gymnasium on David Blackstock Court as Union and Montevallo will be getting together momentarily. We'll introduce the starting lineups as they come onto the floor this evening. Montevallo coming in with a record of 3-8, 3-4 in the Gulf South Conference. Union 5-2 after those two squeaker losses that they took last weekend on the road. They are 4-2 in the Gulf South, and they want to get back the winning ways because they have fallen 2.5 games behind in the conference race. I'm going to head downstairs to do a little business, and then we'll be back to introduce those starters. And back we are, as you see, Montevallo's Falcons, coached by the great Gary Van Atta, one of our longtime friends. They're starting Anna Catherine Eastman from Coleman, Alabama, Marissa Snodgrass from Hazel Green, Leisha Steger from Somerville, Alabama, Miriam Oldacre from West Point, Alabama, and Savannah Cook from New Zealand. And the Lucas sisters coming on for Union, followed by Shiley Morrison, who's in the starting lineup tonight for the Lady Bulldogs. And Leah Cauble, she is the third leading scorer on this team at 10.3. And the 6'6" post player from Dorchester, England, Naomi Van Ness, transfer from the University of North Carolina. And here we go. We're about set to go for a rare Friday night game, and we hope you're going to enjoy it. It's a lot warmer in your living room than it is outside, as we are headed towards some really frozen temperatures on Christmas week. Might even get a little bit of snow a couple of days before Christmas. Lady Bulldogs hoping to get back on the winning ways after falling to Valdosta State and West Florida last weekend in some very, very tight ones. And getting back here at home and the comforts of home. Finals ended yesterday on the Union campus, so you are not going to see a plethora of students in the crowd tonight. Van Ness is going to jump this against Leisha Steger. And we're about set to go and let the games begin. And Union with the tip. And as we mentioned, they will press relentlessly when they are on defense. Lady Bulldogs on the season are averaging 74 points a game. They tried to go inside to Van Ness, and it was way out of her range, but it was tipped out of bounds by Montevallo. Gary Van Atta, who was at Montevallo during the 90s and then vaulted to Division I basketball at UT Martin. And we'll talk more about him. And underneath and just completely outsizing. This is a little smaller team than Gary Van Atta has had in the past. The foul is called on Steger, and that will send Van Ness to the line for two. And they really need her. Mark's going to substitute quite a bit, but they really need her to contribute very strongly in the scoring here. And she gets the first free throw and the first point of the game. We want to welcome all of you who are watching, moms and dads, grandparents, brothers and sisters, aunts and uncles, who happen to be tuning in to our network from Montevallo, and we are glad to have you aboard this evening. I know you're very proud of the young ladies who are part of your families. That one goes astray, and Union will play it. And the same goes to all of the family members and close friends of the Lady Bulldogs, wherever you happen to be tonight. And we say hello and a warm Merry Christmas to all of you. And nicely driven and going to her right, putting it up left-handed. And you get that Bank of Jackson shot for Leah Cauble. Union out to a 3-0 lead, and the press forces a second turnover tonight. So Shiley Morrison will toss it in. Mark will substitute freely about every 2 to 3 minutes in this contest, as he has all. And they go inside to Van Ness, and she has it. With that kind of height advantage, that's one that you just are probably going to see them attempt to feed all night long. They did a good job of trying, and traveling is called on Eastman. Anna Catherine took one step before she was able to release the ball, and the official calls her on it. And Lady Bulldogs up 5-0. Union has a 13-2 edge in the series between these two teams. Long, dangerous cross-court passes. The three. The iron was unkind for Cauble. And here come the Falcons. And going for the three. The bomb from the corner is off the back of the iron, and the rebound's going to come off to one of the Lucases and stolen right back away by Snodgrass. Marissa can be a thief on that court, and she just showed it. We're barely 2 minutes into this first quarter of play. Live from Jackson, Tennessee for the three. And almost getting the Plinko drop was Steger, and it goes astray, and Union back on that bicycle again. Now watch the rotation in Union's offense. Van Ness is trying to set a screen inside the paint. But she has tremendous height advantage down underneath. Sets a screen, and the left-hand layup going right through the traffic is Shanique Lucas. Say hello to her dad tonight, wherever he happens to be. Union with a 7-0 lead and going for the bomb again. And you knew that one was going to be short. And once again, it is Shanique with the rebound. And she's lightning fast down that floor and goes for the three. And has it. It's 10-0. And Lady Bulldogs are just pouring it on here in the first 3 minutes. And open for a three, but not going for it, was Edwards. And they're going to give it back to Montevallo, but that was excellent defense on the part of Lucas. And here comes Mark's first shuttle in, as well as Gary Vanetta is going to change out three. So you're going to see a lot of players for both of these teams tonight. And to toss it in is Isabel Grimes. She's a tremendous offensive player for this ball club off the bench. And going right into the traffic, and Snodgrass draws the foul. And it appears that's going to be on Leah Cauble. And here they go once again with a new 20. They got to hurry, and they do get it inside. Snodgrass is going to go for the power three, and again it's off the mark. And it goes to Union. That was a foul after the basket. And it looks as though, let me see if they charged that one to Steger. That's her first. And into the contest now for Union is Lauren West. Lauren averaging 6 a game, but she's had some double-figure outings for these Lady Bulldogs. And Keely Robinson has checked in as well, and that almost went out of bounds. We got 6:35 to go in the first quarter. Bug Thompson threw that away. That one was just completely out of the range of Leah Church, who's another one of the transfers from the University of North Carolina. And Union is really hemming it up, and now they back away. And tipped away by Robinson. Montevallo alert to get it back. We're almost 4 minutes into it, and the Falcons have not put a point on the board. And they're going to work one-on-one on the inside and the foul. And that one is going to be charged to Lauren West. And so from the free throw line, for which this Montevallo team is outstanding, they are deadly from the free throw line on the season. They are a 76% shooting team, and going to the line will be Isabel Grimes. From Harnett, Kentucky, she went to Breckenridge County High School, off the back of the iron. And let's see if she can put the second of two in and finally get them on the board. And does not. And the rebound, they're going to scramble for it, and demanding it was Leah Church. And here goes the bug. Decided not to continue in traffic. That's one of the unusual things that Shanique Lucas brings to this ball club, is that she is so quick and can retrieve some of those dangerous passes that go outside. They're down to 9 on the shot clock, and she loses it. She had no help on the backside. Thinking about the three, again, was Snodgrass, the jumper. And they finally power one through with 5:34 to go, and it's Savannah Cook, the New Zealander. And they work around the perimeter again. Union slowing the tempo. Lady Bulldogs haven't scored in the last 2 minutes. And Mark's got 4 subs ready to come in, and they pick it back up. Down to 8 on the shot clock for the three. Yes! Leah Church from outside, and Union up 13-2. And trying to beat West down the floor, and just simply losing it out of bounds was Cook. They're going to give it back to Montevallo, and we have timeout. 4:53 remaining here in the first half. It's Union 13, Montevallo 2. Let's pause for a moment.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Bank of Jackson, Jones Chevrolet, Union University are fine sponsors for Union basketball, and it's good to have you with us here. We'll be back again Sunday afternoon. It's a rare Sunday afternoon live telecast. We'll be here Sunday afternoon at the tip-off is at 2 o'clock. We will be here with you at 1:30 for a special TV Classic show, and then at 1:45, that'll be our pregame show with Coach Mark Campbell. And after that, it is Union taking on Auburn Montgomery. And they will be here on the Fred DeLay Gymnasium floor, and that's always an interesting matchup. That's a rivalry that goes back to the old NAIA days with both of those schools. Lady Bulldogs up 13-2, a little less than 5 minutes remaining. And they finally get it inside. Union playing a tight man-to-man defense. Going for the bomb, and it is there. Nice three from about 20 feet out. A 13-5 lead for the Lady Bulldogs. And Mark has already played 10 players, and there you go. That's the speed of, all of that was just the speed of Shanique Lucas. And they quickly get down and have an opportunity for a three, and the iron was unkind, and Lucas with yet another rebound. That's her 4th in the game to go with her 7 points. She's dominating the glass as well as, and she does that as a guard. It's amazing how many rebounds that she comes up with in every contest. And there's Keisha, her sister. And they're going to go Van Ness underneath. No. That's, that is in the game now is Anna McCready. She had the height advantage, but it was just a little bit off range as far as her geometry was concerned. This thing that is typical of Gary Van Atta teams, they do not quit. When they get down by a significant margin, they don't fold. That one goes off the mark for Northway. And the Lucas sisters were exchanging passes down the floor. And it is McCready. And it goes too far right. And here on the bicycle is Grimes. It's going to be 1-on-2. And she decides to back up after she's double-teamed. Big three. Yes, sir. Savannah Cook with 5 in the game now. And she slices the lead down to 15-8. Union has had 2 10-point leads. and one 11-point lead at 13-2, but it's a 6-2 run now for the Falcons. And again, McCready working one-on-one. She has that height advantage from the corner. Didn't get a matching three, but McCready lost the offensive rebound. That Snodgrass has completely quick fingers. But the pass goes astray, and Union will play it. And here comes, this looks like you got half the county coming in as substitutions. I think some of my director, Christopher Reason's friends, just came out onto the floor to play. So Lauren West to toss it in. 2.5 to go in the first quarter of play. Union up 15-8. And they go long on the inside, and Van Ness, quick release, and Naomi with 5, and Union back to the 9-point lead and back to that relentless press. And you get Bug Thompson working on you, and it is dangerous. And they go to the inside, dangerous bounce pass, but the jumper, and nice smooth delivery on that one by Jordan Parker to make it a 17-10 game. Big three. No. Iron unkind once again. That's going to be an over-the-back foul. Quickly racing down to try to get that offensive board was Shanique Lucas. And she was clobbered. Each team has only committed 2 fouls. That was not in the act of shooting. It was in the act of rebounding, so Union will play it underneath. And Van Ness is trying to set a screen between 2 defenders. And Shanique powers it home. Already 10 points in the first quarter for Shanique Lucas. 1:40 to go, and Union up 20-10, and that one's going to go away. And that was all Bug Thompson on the press. Leah Church checks back into the contest for Union. And Gary Van Anna is going to try to rush back into the game Edwards. So Michaela comes back in. She is from Birmingham, Alabama, and went to Hamilton Heights Christian Academy. 1.5 to go. Gary Van Atta teams, they just play and they stay with their game plan. They're disciplined. And with 17 on the shot clock, we're getting down to close to the 1-minute mark. That was slapped away. Nice job defensively by the Falcons. And almost stolen away by West. You had almost a scrum down on the floor. And we got 1 minute to go in the first quarter. Here goes Snodgrass down the lane. Now they're down to 9, and Union's intense man-to-man is just having all kinds of havoc. Van Ness comes down with the rebound. Open for the three. Church, yes! Leo with 2 3-pointers. She's another Tar Heel transfer, and it's 23-10. Leah is from Blair, North Carolina. Big three, trying the answer shot just off the iron for Snodgrass, and in all kinds of trouble was Church, but she gets it away. And that one was just a little bit of a lackadaisical pass, and Union coughs it up. And that was just Bug Thompson bothering her because she had a clear ticket to it, and Edwards just couldn't make it drop. Union's going to have to hurry. And I don't think they can do it. Nope. I think they were not paying attention to the clock. And Union leads it 23-10 at the end of the first quarter. And I can tell Mark was not happy with that exchange down at the opposite end of the floor. We're going to take a timeout, and when we come back, we'll give you how they're all doing scoring-wise. So stay with us, everybody.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Gary Grisham and our good friends at the Bank of Jackson. And we are so delighted they are one of our sponsors. Mark Campbell, he coaches away. I want to say again, as we did in the pregame show, he was getting a lot of congratulations tonight here on the floor, but our congratulations to Mark Campbell on being named the next athletic director of Union University. And there you go. Cowboy curling up in the stands right now, fraternizing with the fans. I wonder if he signs autographs when he goes up there. Yeah, they probably should. With Terry Clement up there in the stand, they probably need to get one of those. They need to have T-shirts made up that has his likeness on it, and that probably would do nothing for his income. 23-10. And it's going to be Montevallo ball to start the second quarter. But Mark Campbell named athletic director effective June 1st. And certainly I know that Tommy Sadler, who has ably been in that role for the last 15 years, is looking forward to a very happy retirement. Big, long push shot. Yes, ma'am. 25-footer for Snodgrass, and that's her first three of the game. Make it a 23-13 contest. As I say, this going to the deck hard is Keely Robinson, and Union almost calling a timeout. And let's see, no, a foul is called, and that's going to be on Isabel Grimes. They said she got just a little bit too aggressive, but not a lot of fouls being called in this game so far. In fact, 5. Turnovers are even, 5 apiece. Leading scorer, Shanique Lucas with 10 for Union, 6 for Leah Church, 5 for Savannah Cook for Montevallo. And you got an offensive foul. And it looks like that one's going to be charged to Keely Robinson. So Union coughs up its 6th turnover of the game. That's an area that Mark Campbell badly wants to cut down because he felt like that, and going all the way down, and everybody went to sleep on defense, and Snodgrass lays it home. Mark felt like on that road trip where they lost the 2 games that turnovers were just a killer for this team. And they go inside to Van Ness, and she dishes off, and the left-hand layup is there for Keely Robinson. Now, that's what you call tremendous court awareness, because Naomi could have probably gone in for the layup. And checking in for Union, it's going to be once again Bug Thompson back in there and Keisha Lucas. But she saw the oncoming Keely Robinson, and she was right there, had the screen set and a chance for a three-point play. And not there. But Union back by 10 at 25-15. Good to have all of you aboard on our Bulldog Network tonight, as well as those of you watching locally in Jackson on E-Plus TV6 and on eplustv6.com. They thought about the 3, 8 on the shot clock. And that was just aggressiveness, and the unfortunate thing was that Grimes couldn't make it fall because she had a clear ticket. And we also welcome our good friends in Canada watching us on the Stream On app on Roku. And if you want to, go to your Roku account, download Stream On, and you can see us as well. And Bug didn't get it up high enough. She was a little bit off balance, and Northway came down with a rebound. Look at the speed of Grimes. And that's going to be charged to Leah Church. She did not have position. Or is it going to be Shiley Morrison? I believe they charged it to Shiley Morrison. Well, we'll check on that. For Union, it is the second team foul of the quarter. Nobody got in the bonus in the first quarter. And nice job tipping it away. Excellent job by Jordan Little to break up that inbounds play. Gary's team has a lot of quickness. Going for the 3. Quick release, and it just goes off to the right. And, going up into the stands. My goodness. Well, Michaela is okay. It was just a little bit scary, but she managed to get an opening there in the Bulldog bench. One of the chairs was knocked over. You always get nervous about that because that's where injuries can occur, but Michaela's okay. Going for the bomb. No, the iron was unkind once again. And Union still in that press, double teaming the ball. They've got 4 in the up front court. And underneath, going for the jumper. That'll be a 2 if it goes, and it doesn't. And it's West who went tumbling. Bug Thompson has become the leading scorer on this Lady Bulldog team. And there you go. Big bomb, about a 26-footer. And Union back to the lead, 28-15. And trying the answer shot. Way, way too far left, but they get the offensive board. Trying another answer shot. And again, off the back of the iron, and the rebound coming off to Jordan Little. And Jordan, good ball handler, particularly left-handed. Now, Lady Bulldogs will slow the tempo, but they'll look for a cutter underneath if they can find one, if they can't get a screen for a 3. 10 on the shot clock. Bug has that change of pace dribble, double dribbling. Yep. She had brought the ball up, and I can see Mark Campbell shaking his head a bit down below me. And he gets another 3 to check in. Pace of the scoring has slowed down here in this second quarter. Each team with 5, but Union still up by 13 after being up 23-10. And they scramble with it, knocked away, and they've got 3 seconds to get that one across the midcourt stripe. And you got to know, Mark's going to do some intense one-on-one pressure. They got to hurry. It was tipped. Shot clock did not move. As we say on this Friday night, with students having gone home from finals, boy, don't you know they're relieved about that. With them having gone home, it's really a little bit more of a few interested friends and family members tonight, but it's still going to be a good brand of basketball, and we're glad that you folks decided to join us tonight as we're close to the 6-minute mark. And again, they're working the perimeter, and trying to screen for it underneath was Northway. And she can't go through the wall. The jumper for the 3 does not fall. And they get the offensive rebound finally, and now it's a scramble for it. And let's see, it's a jump ball, and the alternate possession goes to the Lady Bulldogs. Turnover number 6 for Montevallo, and here come all the charges back in. Van Ness is back in. Church is back in for Union. And here goes Keisha Lucas. Union is playing without the services of Bethany Dillard and as well Allie Winnan. And that one really hurt, losing those two, not having them available with their scoring and defensive threat. And there's Van Ness between everybody and overshoots it. She had a clean look at it and couldn't make it work. And trying to speedily get it back down the floor. We're close to the 5-minute mark in the second quarter. And that was strong physical play by Cook. Now they're down to 10 on the shot clock. Open for the 3. No, off to the right. And Lucas with her 6th rebound of the game. She is dominating the boards tonight. And she's going to take her time in the backcourt. And she goes all the way down and just could not release it for the bank. She switched hands trying to go up, and she didn't get the bank on it. And they're double teaming underneath and traveling. Yep, changing that pivot foot and going for a bit of a slide, and we've got timeout. 4 minutes, 34 seconds to go in the first half. Union on top, 28-15.
Are you looking for a Christian college or starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
Union cheerleaders, some of them are still here, don't have the full complement of them, but those who are from a rather reasonable distance are still with us here tonight at Fred DeLay, and it's good to see them on board. So far in the game, Union shooting 55%, 11 of 20. They are 56% in three-pointers, and they are out-rebounding Montevallo 17-11. And Montevallo, 27% from the floor, only 6 of 22. They are 20% in three-pointers, 3 out of 15. That's a lot more three-pointers than they usually attempt. They have missed both of their free throws. And that's where we stand as far as the tail of the tape goes here. At halftime, we're going to be bringing you our preview of tonight's men's half of the doubleheader that will follow this one 27 minutes after it's over, as Coach Dave Niven tells us what he thinks we can expect to see from the Montevallo Falcons in their matchup tonight. I tell you, a 6'6" girl can handle the ball pretty well, and Church had it just to go astray. And coming down with it is Oldacre. This is a good passing team. They really know where each other is on the floor at all times, and they have quick releases on their passes, and that's going to be a reach-in foul charged to Shiley Morrison. That'll be her first, Union's third of the quarter with 4 minutes remaining until everybody takes a halftime break. We have not had a score in this game the last 2 minutes and 40 seconds. That's a 28-foot bomb that went off by Snodgrass, and again, the iron has been so unkind to them tonight, 3 out of 16 from behind the arc. Lob it inside, Van Ness. You just can't stop that with her height advantage. Naomi with 7. And trying to get it down quickly is Cook. And over Van Ness, getting the bank shot. Beautiful job on that one by Parker. Parker with 4. A 30-17 Union lead. And they are lobbing it again. She's wide open. You can't stop her, not with the kind of 4 to 6 inch height advantage that she has down low. 9 for Van Ness, and that's the kind of output they've been looking for from her. And driving the corner, and it goes right into the hands of Shiley Morrison, but she couldn't stop her momentum and went out of bounds. So here comes people from about 3 neighboring counties coming in to check in for Mark Campbell. We're under 3 minutes to go. 32-17, Lady Bulldogs on top. They've commanded it all the way since getting out to the early 10-0 lead. They've had a hard time getting inside shots, and they've been forced to go for the 3, and that one's right through the heart for Northway, her first 3 of the game, to close the lead down to 12. What they'd like to do is to be able to shave it down to perhaps single digits when they go to the locker room. And the Union team has been prone to make some late quarter mistakes. 10 on the shot clock. Lucas looking for an opening. She's being defended well. They try to get it inside to McCready, but Union is only going to have 5 seconds to navigate some kind of basket, and Mark is trying to set the play. And his assistant, Sean Blackburn, giving some instructions as well. She's got to go with it. And can't make it go. They were in a desperation situation, but an excellent offensive rebound by Leah Cauble. Getting close to 2 minutes in the first half. And she stops and pops, and it's an air ball, one of the rare ones that you see come up from Shanique Lucas. McCready comes back out, and checking back in is Lauren West. And right into the hands underneath and just lip it home. There you go. That is quick release, quick concentration on the part, and trying to get it again. Another turnover. And the lob down the floor, and the left-hander goes in again for Bug Thompson. And just like that, Union has extended it to a 16-point lead, its largest of the game, just off 2 turnovers, and almost another one. Well, they got 3-on-1. If they don't get one there, and it was blocked. Nicely blocked by Lauren West. Now let's see what the call is going to be here. Foul or a jump ball? And getting up a little bit slowly is Shanique Lucas, but she's resilient. So it is going to be, it looks like off of that it's going to be Montevallo ball because Snodgrass is going over to toss it in with 1:26 remaining. So Union 2 quick turnovers that extended a 12-point lead to 16. And Thompson got both the baskets. Going for the 3. And she has had a nice hand from the 3. 2 out of 3 for Northway to cut it back to 13. Thompson setting the offense now. And let's see how they play it around the perimeter. Hands Little. She takes it to the inside and the offensive foul. Excellent defensive position. And that was a very, very nice job by Isabel Grimes to draw that offensive foul. We got 56 seconds remaining. Goes off of the knee of Keisha Lucas. But Union still in that intense all-court pressure. They've got 4 players across midcourt. The only one back deep is Lauren West. And that's been one of the secrets of success for these Lady Bulldogs this year, is just relentless all-court pressure. And they get it into Snodgrass, and that's the ball handler you want to get it down the floor. They'd like to slice this one down to, if they could get a 3 here, and open again for the bomb. Ooh, I thought that was there. 36 seconds remaining. And it's blocked. Beautifully timed by Snodgrass, blocking West. She was just waiting. It was almost like she was waiting around shrubbery to jump out from underneath, and she did. Knocked that one away beautifully. So Bug will toss it in with 21 on the shot clock. There's 29 left on the game clock. And they work it to the corner. Cauble on the inside, lost it. So they can play for a final shot, and I think indeed that is what they are going to do, because Gary Van Adam would absolutely be happy if he could get out of here just 11 or 10 down at the half. And Snodgrass, let's see if they're going to call that one a 3. They do. It looked as though her foot might have been over the stripe, but they gave her the 3, and so that is exactly what happened. They opened it up, Snodgrass nailed it, and it is 36-26, so it was an even call for that second quarter. Each team, actually, Montevallo won the second quarter because Union was up 23-10 at the end of the first, and it was a 13-10 edge in the second quarter, so sliced a little bit off of that lead. Lady Bulldogs up by 10. Let me give you a quick rundown on the scoring for Montevallo. It is Snodgrass with that 3. She's their leader with 8. 6 for Northway and 5 for Savannah Cook. Now, for the Lady Bulldogs, Shanique Lucas had all 10 of her points in the first quarter. She couldn't get on the board in the second, but she has 6 rebounds as well. 9 points for Naomi Van Ness. When she's been in the game, her height advantage has just absolutely dominated the inside. She's 4 or 5 from the floor. And then 6 for Leah Church with a couple of three-pointers, and that's where we stand in our scoring at halftime. 36-26, Lady Bulldogs on top over the Lady Falcons. Well, as we progress to halftime, let's tell you that we got a big one coming up immediately after this, the men's half of this doubleheader between the Bulldogs and the Falcons, and we hope you'll stay tuned for that. It'll be 27 minutes after the conclusion of this game. But right now, let's go find out what Coach Dave Niven has to say about tonight's matchup against those Falcons, and we'll see what he has to say on tonight's Coach Dave Niven Show. We're here at halftime of Union's doubleheader against Montevallo, and here with us now is Coach Dave Niven. He's going to be previewing the men's half of our doubleheader that'll be coming up about 27 minutes after we finish the women's portion. And Dave, good to see you again after being away for a couple of weeks. And you went on the road and your team managed to knock it off bing, bang, boom, 3 in a row. And this is not an easy conference to win on the road. And now you're 5-1 in the conference. What did you think was the real key to the success that you had on these 3 road games?
I think we're getting better. Still, I think we're a very good defensive team, and that typically travels pretty well, defense and rebounding. So we've been a good road team for several years. So not a huge surprise that we were able to play well. On the road, we need to learn how to play better at home. And we get a chance to do that this weekend. But I do think our guys are getting better. We're figuring out how to get the ball in the basket at a little bit higher rate than we were earlier in the season. And I think you had some guys step up and play really well. Ty Parks in the first game on the road at Christian Brothers was phenomenal. Then we got JC Clossy back. He had 2 really good games coming off the bench for us at West Florida and Valdosta State. And so, I think all those things helped. But I do think our team's slowly getting better, little by little.
Well, unquestionably, when you look at everything at this time of year in the season, and we're still, it's still an infant season, and to think already have 6 conference games under your belt, and that's not something that in the past was really true, because you had more non-conference games that you could build up to the league at that point in time. As you get into it, and we talked about maybe early in the season about how typically you're going to have defense go ahead of the offense, but from what you're telling me, it appears that the guys are beginning to understand their various roles and things are clicking better.
I think so. I think guys understand what we need from them, and we're fulfilling those roles at varying degrees, night in, night out. But certainly Ty Parks is playing at a really high level right now, as he should, as one of the best players in our league. You've got some freshmen that are learning their way and starting to perform. Yvonne was really good on Sunday at Valdosta State, hit a couple big threes in the second half, and continues to progress defensively. And he's a smart kid that knows where to be and what to do. So, like I said, getting JC Clossy back healthy was really important for our team to give us some added experience. A guy that played a lot for us in the past, but he just hadn't been healthy for us for most of the season. And so, he gave us certainly a boost coming off the bench. And and then our defense continues to play well. So all of those things, I think, contribute to some of the success we had during that stretch. So now we need to be able to figure out how to do it on our home court. There won't be any students here. Finals end today, and so everybody's going home. that presents a challenge, but that's a challenge for everybody this time of year. So we're not unique to that. That's something that we've got to deal with, and we've got to certainly play better on our home court than we have so far this year.
Yeah, you hit nail on the head with that when the students are all gone and they they begin to migrate out about as quickly as their last one is over with, because getting home for the holidays is important. Dave, when you hit this period, and you'll have another, if you will, you'll have another period in which you'll have a few days off during the actual holidays after we get through this weekend. When you get to that period and not playing again until really early January after you finish these this weekend, what is really the key thing to having a team be able to not lose whatever momentum they've had after they have this next little hiatus?
I don't know. That's we're thankful for the break. All of Division II sports take 7 days off at Christmas. So we're the only sport it happens right in the middle of our season, but everybody's in the same boat. So we all deal with it. We can't practice. We can't do anything. I've encouraged guys to try to stay in shape in the past and things like that. That works to varying degrees. But it's 7 days that they need a break. Coaches need a break. So we're going to take advantage of it. And when we come back, we'll have about 4 days of practice before we head to West Alabama on New Year's Eve. So we'll actually be playing again in December after these two. But it's something that hopefully you can take advantage of the days you have. I think we have 4 days. We've had less than that in the past. We've had more than that in the past, and so sometimes we do 2 days when we get back if we have the time to do that and recover from that. This year we'll probably just go a normal week of practice with one practice a day, and these guys are young. A week off you don't see a huge change physically in what they're able to do. Nobody's going to come back fat, except me. Maybe I might come back fat. A week can definitely do some damage to my body, but my players, I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah, I'm in that same category, Dave, and I'm trying to fight it right now with all of the Christmas parties and everything that you have that goes along with this season. Let's talk about this Montevallo team that comes in here tonight. If playing conference games in November, you don't really have a whole lot of time to be able to see a lot of what a team has and what they bring to the table. What do you know about this Montevallo team that'll be coming in here and playing you this afternoon?
Well, they've got a new coach. A lot of the same players back from last year, but a new coaching staff, and so they play a lot differently than they used to. We've got a great player, one of the best players in our league. He's capable of putting up a lot of points, can really score a lot of different ways. So it'll be a challenge for us to defend Bertolette. But they've got good guys surrounding him as well. They can score inside, got good post play, good guards. So guys coming off the bench that can make plays. So it's a game we're gonna have to play well. Need to be ready to defend and make it difficult, particularly on their best player. And then for us offensively, gosh, we're still. I wouldn't say we're a good offensive team yet. I hope we get there someday. We are good defensively, but any night you just never know. Is the ball going to go in? Are we really going to struggle to score? It's one of those things we're still learning on that side of the ball. So I think Montevallo brings a challenge for us for sure. They've beat Huntsville by 20 earlier this year, and I think we all understand how good Huntsville is. So anything's possible any given night. We've got to really be ready to play well.
And as we wrap this up, let's talk about your keys to the game tonight. You just outlined some of them right there. What do you think are the most significant keys to potentially bring on a victory?
I think for us, again, just establishing that we want to be the best defensive team in our league, and establishing that we can do that night in, night out, be consistent. That's going to be the starting point for us, the foundation. On the offensive side of things, starts with taking care of the basketball. We've had, I think we've gotten better in a lot of ways. We finished the game at Valdosta poorly, taking care of the basketball, and had a bunch of turnovers late. So that's the key for us on the offensive side of things. And then just continuing to find guys that can step up and play at a high level. Ty Parks has been doing it recently, but he's not the only guy on our team that is capable. We need Bo Gidgel to play really well, and he's been playing great defense, but he's not where he has been offensively. We need to get him back and back to the level he's capable of playing, and then continue to find other guys. Jalen Johnson has had moments where he was really, really good, really, really effective on the offensive side of things, shooting the basketball, and we need him to establish that that's who he is night in, night out. And so you just never know which guy it's going to be, but we'll certainly need guys to step up and give us some scoring that we just haven't consistently had every night.
Well, Dave, we'll be out there on the floor here on a rare Friday night game coming up in about 45 minutes from now, but wish you and your team the best of luck tonight. And let's hope we can bring home a fourth consecutive victory for the home fans here tonight.
All right. Thank you, Steve.
And here are your halftime statistics brought to you by Worthy Road Studios for the finest in video production in West Tennessee. It is Worthy Road Studios, #1 across the board. Halftime statistics, Union dominating from the field, 15 of 28 for 54%. Montevallo shooting 10 out of 28 for 36%. Three-pointers, the Lady Bulldogs cooled off a little bit late in the first half. They were at 55% at one point, and they're down to 42%. And Montevallo, with those three-pointers that they had late in the second quarter, they've inched the average up to 30%, 6 out of 20. But it has still been a rough night for them from behind the arc. Free throws, that's not a big story tonight. Union 1 out of 3, and Montevallo has missed the only time they have been to the floor. We have just not had a lot of fouls called in this game, only 11. Rebounding, Union with a dominant edge, 21-13. But Lady Bulldogs again, and this is one of Mark Campbell's big concerns, they've committed more turnovers than the Falcons, 9-8. Union has picked up 10 points off turnovers. Their average on the season is 26 per game, so they're running a little bit below that pace. Montevallo has picked up 7 points off Union's mistakes. So that's a big key as to why this game is no further along than 10 points for the Lady Bulldogs. They were up by as many as 16 at 36-20. And then this Montevallo team that is so resilient, they just paid their dues, came back, got 2 threes late in the half, and cut it to 36-26. And those are your halftime statistics, again, brought to you by Worthy Road Studios. I remind you, we'll be here Sunday afternoon. 1:30 will be our TV Classics 15-minute preview, and then at 1:45 we will have our pregame show with Coach Mark Campbell, and then at 2 o'clock it'll be tip-off as the Lady Bulldogs will take on Auburn Montgomery. At approximately 4 o'clock, the men will take the floor. It's a rare Sunday afternoon game, and so we hope you'll be with us wherever you happen to be watching us along the Bulldog Network or on the Stream On app on Roku. And so if you got a Roku set at home, download the Stream On app, STREAMON, and you can see us all the time on there. including TV classics, which tomorrow night we got some goodies, some great Christmas shows from the past. But right now we're in the present as Keisha Lucas tosses it in, and it is Shiley Morrison to bring it down, and she almost loses it. Jump ball, and she does lose it because alternate possession is going to go to Montevallo. Yeah, it's been kind of a rough night here for Shiley in a couple of instances. Union, its 10th turnover of the game, and they are double-teaming the ball in the backcourt. And underneath, that's going to be on Van Ness. I know she thought she had position there, but they're going to charge that with her. So again, Gary Van Natta, his team does not give up. I can say this going back watching his teams more than 30 years. They have been just, you don't get into a situation like this, and you're not a head coach of the stature of Gary Van Natta, that your teams fold up and wilt. They got 16 down, and look at this. They're about to cut the lead down to 8 if this next one goes through for Steger. And that was her first point of the game. Gary, one of the finest individuals that you will ever want to meet anywhere. And I have just thoroughly enjoyed watching him as a coach all through these years. Big bomb for the three. Nope. Trying to get back down there quickly for the offensive board, and Union does get it. Shiley's going to try to see if she can settle it back down. And look at this going down the left-hand side, and Shanique almost lost it. They're down to 6. The big bomb. Nope, not there. And Shanique's going to get it again. Offensive board. That's her 7th of the game. And go for a long three. This time it is Shiley Morrison for her first 3 of the contest. And Union back to an 11-point lead, and they toss it away. And again, that's that press that is so devastating for the opponents of the Lady Bulldogs. Valdosta State, the defending conference champions, they figured out how to avoid that press, and Union still almost came back and won. Last weekend, it was 81-78 down there in South Georgia. Underneath, and Van Ness overshoots it. Can she put it back up? And, yep, 3 seconds in the lane. Naomi was just a bit unsure as to what she should do with the ball. She was looking for somebody to cut behind her, and they didn't. So for Union, turnover number 11. And open for the jumper. And getting an unusual reverse bank on that was Steger. She'll take it any way she can get it. It's down to a 9-point lead. Can you believe it? They are down to a single-digit deficit. And Union has not played with the intensity that they did in the first quarter. Van Ness could not get it up high enough. And they got 2-on-1 here. And quick defense, and Union manages to almost steal it away. And underneath, Gary Van Natta is going to take a timeout. We have 8 minutes, 3 seconds to go in the third quarter. Union still leads 39-30, but Montevallo's coming.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
Jones Chevrolet is open for service on Saturdays until 5 o'clock. So if you got a problem, go by there and they will take care of you. And Mark Campbell's trying to take care of business with his Lady Bulldogs that seemingly have developed a rut here after getting up 16 late in the first half, and now this lead is 9, and Montevallo has the ball underneath. Snodgrass is about to toss it in. You never count out any Gary Van Natta team at any time. I don't care what their record is. They may be 3-8, but they are going to fight you constantly. We'll see if Mark has made any kind of adjustments. He did put in some subs. And a whistle away from the ball. And that one's going to be charged to Keely Robinson. That's her second. That's only the second team foul of this quarter. And trying desperately to get one in and open for the three. Union was sound asleep, and they were very, very fortunate that that one didn't drop for Steger. A wide open three that was. And this time it is, and you could tell that was way left for Leah Cauble. And it indeed turned out to be an air ball, so Union back on the full court pressure. Snodgrass is all hemmed up and manages to feed a desperation pass, and the shot clock is not even working. That shot clock has continued to stay still. Now it's moving. 7-point lead now. Union has lost more than half of a 16-point margin. Leah Church could not get the bank inside, and neither on the follow shot could Leah Cauble, but the foul is charged to Edwards, and that will be her first. And the first for the Falcons in this third quarter. And a dangerous pass, and it is stolen. And Union just making all kinds of mistakes. Jumper is there. Eastman with her first basket off the turnover. And Union is now only up by 5 and misses another three. Union now 6 of 18 in three-pointers. They were shooting 56% from behind the arc. And look at that. This Montevallo team is playing with fire. Johnson with 5 now, and it is a 3-point game. Bomb. No, not again. And Robinson trying to, and also Thompson trying to settle this team down. And on the inside, they crash. And let's see if they are going to put that one underneath or if Keeley's going to go to the line. The foul is charged. And we're going to try to check and see who that is, in fact. That's Sarah Strohmeyer that was charged with the foul. And so going to the line is Keely Robinson for 2. And she's not one of their better free throw shooters, but they badly need one from her here, and that one's short. You see a sense of frustration and tightness on this Lady Bulldog team now that you did not see. And it's the Falcons that are playing the relaxed brand of basketball. And Robinson now with 3, and Union again back to the all-court pressure, but only leading by 4 and tipped away by Shanique Lucas. Montevallo with a victory would climb over the 500 mark to 4-4. Union would fall to 4-3. And Lady Bulldogs with those 2 losses last weekend they have fallen now 2.5 games behind the league leader, Lee. And they go around the perimeter again with 12 on the shot clock. Open in the corner for the 3. It is a 1-point game as Eastman delivers. 40-39. They have outscored Union 20-3. And that one's too strong. McCready goes to the deck, and Union will play it underneath with a new 20 on the shot clock. Late in, with 1:27 to go in the first half, Union was up 36-20. Since that time, it has been a 20-3 run on the part of the Falcons. Unprecedented. And getting down the lane and having to take some of the leadership herself, Shanique Lucas. And they're open for the 3. Quick release. Yes! We're tied at 42. Grimes with her first three of the game, and Union just seemingly is disorganized. And right into the hands of Grimes. Montevallo with a chance to lead. And that one goes off of the knee, unfortunately for her, of Grimes, because it looked as though that she was going to have a ticket down the lane. This Montevallo team is playing with a mission right now, and they've tied it up at 42. A 22-6 run. Let's see what the Lady Bulldogs and Mark Campbell can come up with as a counter, because this quarter has been a nightmare for Union. Open for the three. Quick release. It is there. They haven't seen that in a long time, and Jordan Little develops her first three of the game. So Union back to a 3-point lead. And they are all over it. Union with a steal. The pressure made all the difference. It's a 2-on-1. Left-hand layup is there. And Bug Thompson with 6. So Union back to a 5-point lead. And trying to fake that jumper over in the corner. On the inside between the defenders, and it's Snodgrass who actually comes away with it. Almost stolen. Big bomb. Yes! Snodgrass once again, and she has 11. It's a 1-point game once again. I told you this was going to be one that you couldn't count on that big lead staying there. And the answer shot again. Jordan Little is hot from behind the arc. Back to the 5-point lead. And Union badly needs some people back down the floor on defense. .354 remaining. And it's 50-45, but it's nothing like what we saw in the first half. Leah Caldwell checking back in, and we have timeout. So, we got a game, folks. Union 50, Montevallo 45. Stay with us. And Mark Campbell imploring his Lady Bulldogs to play stronger defense and also to make their adjustments offensively. Montevallo, that at one point in time was shooting an abysmal 20% in three-pointers, now is out shooting the Lady Bulldogs from behind the arc 37-36%. Lady Bulldogs still with a big edge rebounding, 29-18, but those have not transferred into a lot of points. It's 50-45. Union with a bare edge from the floor, 46.5%. Montevallo at 45. But that shows you how this game has completely changed in its complexion. They're trying to get somebody open, and they finally get it into Snodgrass with about 4 seconds before that 5-second violation was going to be called against Van Ness. The high layup is there for Parker with 6. Even though she gave up about 5 inches in height, she managed to get it up over the tall Naomi Van Ness, and they go to her, and they need her to develop, and she draws the foul. Charge to Cook. That is her second. Van Ness at the line tonight early on is 1 out of 2. She'll be in double figures if she can connect here. On the season, she is about a 61% free throw shooter. And iron unkind once again. When you're in a shootout like this has turned out to be, you got to have everything you can get from the free throw line. And she nails the second one. It's a 4-point lead again. And almost stolen, and it is going to be a jump ball. It appears to be, and Union will get it on the alternate possession. That was excellent defense on the toss-in. That's turnover number 12 for Montevallo. They have given up 15 points off of Union. Union has scored 15 points off of Montevallo mistakes. And open for the three again. Yes! The hot hand of Jordan Little with 9 now. 3 3-pointers in a row, and it is back to a 3-possession lead at 54-47. Open for the three on the opposite side, and it is short. And McCready just goes to the deck, and she was clobbered on top. But now they both try to get back down to the opposite end of the floor, and traveling is called on Leah Caldwell. Turnover number 14 for the Lady Bulldogs. So Union fritters away another opportunity. Off the bench, Union has 24 points in this game, but only 23. Montevallo is just about matching them. Under 3 minutes to go in this third quarter that Montevallo has definitely had the edge in. They go inside, and it's Cook with a hook, and it's a block, but the foul is charged to McCready. They say she got her with the body. So it's Savannah Cook going to the free throw line. She is a 79% free throw shooter. Hasn't been there so far tonight. You got to figure that she's going to deliver you 2 right here. As we said earlier tonight, 79% free throw shooting as a team, and she did, 54-49. Montevallo's not going to press as we approach the 2.5-minute mark. Little has had a lightning hand here in this third quarter, and Union has needed all of it. And Gary Van Addis sends in a couple of other reserves. And he is bringing back in Steger and Northway. Union with 16 on the shot clock. Stutter step, going for the bomb. It is there, and they give her the three. 57-49, Shanique Lucas now with 15. She was quiet in the second quarter. 2-minute mark, third quarter. As we say, we've got ourselves a game now. And almost a steal it is. It's going to be a foot race. And down the stretch she goes, and it doesn't fall, but she is fouled from behind. That is the lightning fast speed of Shanique Lucas. That was all that was. Those quick hands, and she was all the way down, and she knew all she had to do is try to put it up. She was either going to be fouled or it was going to go through. Each team with 4 team fouls. Neither team has been in the bonus in this contest in any quarter. But Shanique, the 5'8" senior, originally from Papua New Guinea. She has a couple. She's there. On the season, Shanique has not missed a free throw. And still has not. 13 for 13 from the season. 59-49. Lady Bulldogs back to the margin that they had when the quarter started. Each team has put 23 on the board here in the third quarter. It's been a much more offensive quarter. Snodgrass, I've been so impressed with this young lady tonight. She just does anything she wants to with the ball. And that's going to be on Bug Thompson. Samaria commits her first. And that's the bonus. So they're going to go to the line. And it's Oldacre at the free throw line. And let's see how she delivers. She got the friendly roll. Miriam trying to cut this lead down to 8. High arcing shot and bounds away, but they get the offensive board very, very quick over on the left-hand side. And underneath, nice job of breaking that one up. Excellent defense on the part of Keisha Lucas. So Isabel Grimes will toss it in. And firing a bomb that is there over Bug Thompson. Snodgrass with 14. And just like that, 4 points on the possession. And this final minute is where Union cannot afford careless mistakes. A minute to go in the third quarter. 10 on the shot clock and stolen away. Union with turnover number 15. Those mistakes, the unforced errors will absolutely kill you. And they're going to get Shanique back in the game. Turnaround was short. And the foul is on the backside. Steger was open for one and just didn't get it up high enough. And so that's the 15 foul on Montevallo. So now Union is in the bonus. And that will send Leah Caldwell to the free throw line. Leah with 5 in the game tonight. She has 1 3-pointer. On the season, Leah is an 88% free throw shooter. Well, her credit's good, and it's 60-53. And Union has had to fight to continue a lead of 2 to 3 possessions in this third quarter. Shanique Lucas in, Caldwell out. Again, Union playing without Bethany Dillard and Allie Winnan. Both are still suffering from injuries, but Mark said before the game that it looked like that they'll have them back after Christmas. Not going to try to rush either one of them back on Sunday afternoon either against AUM. Tipped away. Quick hands of Keely Robinson. Broke that up. Union with a chance at the final possession of the quarter and almost stolen. Little is going to lose it. No, let's see which way is it going to go. And it appears they are going to charge the foul. Well, it appears that the foul is going to be charged to Keely Robinson, and that will be her third. So Union frittered away an opportunity at a 10-point lead once again. Van Ness will come back in, and Robinson with her third foul comes out. Jordan Little also playing with 3 fouls. Eastman with, in fact, it is Steger is the only one with 3 fouls for Montevallo. They'd like to cut this one down to 7. She has another opportunity. High arc, and it just didn't fall. Those hurt if you're a Montevallo fan, and so Union with a chance to get a double-digit lead as we go to the fourth quarter. 10 on the shot clock and the game clock. They got to hurry. Bug's going to have to take it herself. And puts it underneath and gets it. How about that drop? The Plinko luck was with her, and Union goes back to the 10-point lead. Each team with 27 points in a very offensive third quarter. But it ain't over yet, folks. 63-53. We'll be back with the final 10 minutes after this.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
And Mark Campbell setting the stage for this final 10 minutes. Union shooting 50% from the floor, 23 of 46. Montevallo, 19 of 43 for 44%. Union back to the edge now in three-point shooting, 42 to 38%. And the edge in free throws, 64 to 50. Union 31 to 20 on the boards in charge. But Union has still committed 16 turnovers to Montevallo's 14. The big thing is that Union has converted Montevallo's mistakes into 20 points. But Lady Bulldogs on top, 63 to 53. And it will be Falcons basketball as we start this final 10 minutes. Gary Van Adel with 3 timeouts. Mark Campbell has all of his. And you can imagine probably, and trying to take it all the way in is Snodgrass and the foul. And it looks like they're going to charge it to Bug Thompson. Yep. So Samaria commits her first, and Snodgrass goes to the line, and I can tell you, she's an 80% free throw shooter. There aren't too many weak ones on this ball club. And, a rare miss on the front end of a two-shot opportunity. She usually is one that can deliver you the first one right off the bat. And cuts it to 2. They are 6 of 12 from the free throw line. That's been a tough spot for Montevallo, and Thompson in trouble, but she's a great ball handler and tosses it away, and they say that it was not off the hands of the defender, and so it is Montevallo ball, and you can see some of the faithful here at Fred DeLay Gymnasium who did not editorially agree with that call. And that includes my good friend Dan Griffin. Now here we go, it's a steal. Here you go, and Shanique lost it over her head. Shanique with 17 to lead the game, and she was off to the races and just simply lost it over her head. Van Ness turns, fires, can't get it up. Oh, my goodness, missed the geometry on that one. So Montevallo trailing by 11, or rather by 9 at 63 to 54. And just like that, it could be back to a 6-point game. Off the mark. Here's Keisha. She's on that treadmill. Dangerous cross-court pass into Little. 15 on the shot clock. And again, they're going to work that perimeter. They'd love to get Van Ness open again and get in for a lob to her. The jumper. Nope. Off the mark. Tipped into the hands of Snodgrass. That's her third rebound of the contest. She puts up a 30-footer off the back of the iron. And Lucas with it, and they got a 5-on-4 situation. You know they got numbers. Wide open for the 3. No, it will not fall for Keisha. So Union had numbers. It was a power play, and they could not score. And here goes the steal again. It's Thompson. She's going to try to take it all the way, and down the stretch she goes. And timeout called, 65 to 54 as Bug Thompson comes up with her 10th point of the game. We'll be back right after this.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
And you got the Lady Bulldog cheerleaders out here once again. Bug Thompson's steal gives her 10 for the game. She is the leading scorer for the Lady Bulldogs coming into this one, but Shanique Lucas might wrest that back away from her with her 17 points and tonight also 9 rebounds. Shanique could be on her way to a double-double. Leading scorer for Montevallo, and she's had herself a night, is Miriam Snodgrass with 15 points, 5 of 8 from the floor, 4 of 7 in three-pointers. Give her 3 rebounds on the night and 4 steals. 2 assists. She has had herself a game. And we typically give our Player of the Game award, and Buster Bulldog shows off those muscles that didn't come from the Lift Wellness Center, I can tell you that. But this is one of those we typically give our Player of the Game to the winning team's top player. But I tell you, Miriam Snodgrass has really, really had one tonight. Pardon me, Marissa Snodgrass. And I'm going to tell you, she only goes, well, I think they stretch the imagination on that. Marissa is 5'4", and I'm not sure that she really is. She is so impressive, so quick, and has such great court awareness. Lady Bulldogs by 11. Over McCready, and Anna just really bothered them on that, and the jump ball, Union will have alternate possession. And Mark redirects how he wants that press to work at the opposite end, and he's got everybody back this time. And they beat it right down the middle, which is the way you have to do it against a press. That was a stutter step, and overshooting it was Lauren West. And going against two defenders underneath, almost stepped on the line. 15 on the shot clock. The high lob, and that was easily taken away by McCready. She did not have a height advantage underneath, and Anna just reached up. She has a long wingspan. For the three. No. Off the mark. McCready almost came down with it. Now it's going to go back in the other direction. And that is the second foul of the quarter on Union with 7:07 remaining. And Shiley Morrison is charged. And that's her second. Checking out for Montevallo is Northway. So the Falcons will play it underneath, and Union will continue this time with 3. Now they're going to keep 4 up front. Snodgrass just almost had nowhere to go. And they again try to break it down the middle, and they do so in 5 seconds. That was a relatively quick break of that press. And that one goes off the foot of Leah Church. So they'll have 18 on the shot clock with 6:54 to go in the game. But remember, they had a time earlier in this contest that they sliced a 16-point lead and actually tied it. And all the subs have checked in. Eastman is back in, though she's playing with no fouls. Pardon me, she's made 4 turnovers. I'm looking in the wrong column. It's Stigger that has 3 fouls. And everybody's tumbling. Jumper 3. Yes. Snodgrass with her 5th three-pointer of the game to give her 18, and it's back to a 9-point margin. It looked as though they only gave her a 2 on that, so it's 65-56. 9-point lead. Here's Thompson working one-on-one. They got to hurry. 7 on the shot clock, and Lucas may have to take this one herself, and does. That's her speed. She just went down the right side of the paint. And it's back to an 11-point lead, and Lucas with 19. She may end up with her biggest game of the season. And that one was overshot by Parker. Cauble slows it down. And now Thompson's going to try to redirect that offense. McCready looking for somebody down underneath. 10 on the shot clock. West almost has it stolen. Going for the 3. Lucas can't get it to fall. Released it a little bit too quickly after catching that pass with 5.5 to go. Lady Bulldogs with a 4-possession lead. Big jumper. Big 3. Grimes with 6. And Gary Van Atta takes another timeout. He's got 2 remaining. Union leads it 67-59, but we still got 5:22 remaining. Don't go anywhere.
Are you looking for a Christian college or are starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
And Mark Campbell is not what I would call his high-octane intensity. He's just trying to tell his team not to make mistakes down the stretch that will cost you 17 turnovers for each team. But Mark has been really, really concerned because the Lady Bulldogs are averaging 17 turnovers a game. And here you go. They're going to go for the home run, and there she goes. Goodbye, goodbye, all the way down for the layup. What a bomb pass from Lucas to Lucas. And it's back to a 10-point lead, 69-59. Shanique with 21. She has been huge tonight. Under 5 minutes remaining. And right through 2 defenders is Grimes. What a move she made. And we're back to an 8-point game. And trying to match it down at the opposite end, and it would not fall, but the foul. And that's going to send Keisha Lucas to the free throw line. And Union will get Keely Robinson back in as well as Leah Cauble. And with 4:44 remaining, Keisha Lucas, the redshirt freshman, and did not get the Plinko drop. This to give Union a full 3-possession lead, and it misses. But underneath, wide open, and I think the problem there was Shanique Lucas did not expect herself to be so wide open and blew the layup. Stolen, and let's see if they're going to call a foul. Well, they are. The question is on who, and they're going to charge it to Montevallo. Boy, Shanique took a tumble there. You can just sense the air going out of people's breath whenever they see a tumble like that, because Lady Bulldogs already banged up with 2 injuries. Under 4.5. Lucas, the game leader, with 21. 15, Thompson taking her time. And here's Robinson. She's got to have help. And that one was one that was just an ill-advised pass because there was just simply not enough room underneath, and you had to have a perfect cut by Thompson. And now this Montevallo team a chance to cut it to 5. And here's a young lady who could easily do it, Snodgrass, who has 4 3-pointers tonight. They got to hurry. They're not going to get across. 10-second violation. That was an ill-advised retreat on the part of Snodgrass. It's one of the few mistakes she has made all evening long, but there were 2 seconds left to get it across. And she retreated, did not realize it was time perilously going off on that shot clock. So turnover number 19 for Montevallo. And Union with an opportunity to capitalize off that turnover, and they desperately need it to continue the pressure. Leading by 8, and stolen. Right into traffic and all the way down, and just narrowly missed being a 3-point play, but Grimes will go to the line for 2. And the officials are having a bit of discussion here. And I don't know if Mark called a timeout. I think Mark did call a timeout. So 3:47 remaining. Union up 69-61, but hang on to your coffee. We're coming right back.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
And back we are. 69-61 at halftime. Union had the lead 36-26. It was 63-53 at the end of the third quarter. Union got out to a 10-0 lead to begin this contest and had a lead as large as 16, but has not been able to put away this Montevallo team under any circumstances. Now they're coming over to have a discussion with both coaches and to try to sort out what has been going on, and apparently they go to the line with Isabel Grimes. And they are going to call this an intentional foul. That's what it is. They're calling it an intentional foul to break up that layup. It's not a technical foul per se, but it's called an intentional, so she gets 2 free opportunities right here. And off to the left. Oh, how frustrating that has to be for Isabel Grimes. She's missed all 3 of hers from the line tonight. And could not connect. Oh, my goodness. You just have to feel for her and all of her teammates, because that was a free pass for what could be a 4 or 5 point play in this game, and now they have to face the Union defense once again. Almost lost it out of bounds. We're under 4 minutes remaining. Gary Van Atta, 2 timeouts remaining. Mark Campbell with 3. Chance of defense from the Lady Bulldog bench. 10 on the shot clock. On the inside, working against McCready. High arcing layup is there for Steger. She has 6, but that was big because it cuts it to 6. That dangerous lob pass was finally connected against Thompson. And we're getting close to 3 minutes, but still a 6-point lead is all that's there for Union. And the foul, reach-in foul, is called on Grimes. That's the 4th team foul, so Union will have a new 20 with 2:58 remaining. Boy, you love the intensity of both of these teams. They're really amazing, all these young ladies out here tonight. And they go to the corner. Again, Union trying not to play, not to lose, and there's a foul. Another reach-in foul. And that one is charged to Snodgrass. That's her 2nd. And that looks like that's going to put Union in the bonus. So Cauble, the 88% free throw shooter, is at the line. 7 points tonight. She is 3 for 3 from the free throw line. That was a big one because it's back to a 3-possession lead. And Leah gets them both. 71-63. And stepping on the line, I know she didn't intend to do that, but once you have possession of the ball, you can't plant your foot inside the court, and that's what happened to Snodgrass. A most unfortunate turnover for that. Boy, I thought Shanique was going to fly up to the ceiling. And traveling called, taking a step too quick. So Bug Thompson commits her 6th turnover of the game. And once again, a window is open for Montevallo, still trailing by only 8. Well, if they were able to go down and nail a 3 here, don't you know the momentum would open up again for them. Snodgrass working against Lucas. What a matchup they have had tonight. 18, almost lost it. Union tipped it, so they still have it, but only 14 on the shot clock. Snodgrass thought about pulling up for a 27-footer. They got to hurry. And she got that high left-handed curling bank shot. Back to the 6-point game. Lauren West and Thompson in the backcourt. 2 minutes to go. Still a little early to start trying to shave time off of this clock if you're a Union fan. And the foul. And that one is going to be charged to Grimes. And I don't think Isabel thought that she made a connection, but the official said that she caught her with the body. So going to the line for two is Samaria Thompson. She's only a 63% free throw shooter. They need at least one. They got it. This would be huge if they could get two out of her. 1:54 to go. We'll watch it along with you. They got them both. And the Bug with 12, and Mark Campbell takes timeout. We're going to take another break. 1:54 to go. Union still on top, 73-65. Well, there you have it. 8-point lead for Union with 1:54 remaining. Lady Bulldogs only have Keely Robinson and Jordan Little with 3 fouls. Grimes has 4 for Montevallo. 3 for Steger. Nobody else is in serious trouble at this stage of the game. If this Montevallo team was able to go down and connect in the final 2 minutes, they get the ball down at their end of the floor. If they were able to get down here and connect with a 3, it could be big as far as what kind of story we're going to write in the final possessions. But they almost have to have, they don't have to have a 3 in this case. If they could go down and just get a clean 2, it's still only a 2-possession game at that point. Well, they're going to bring it back down because it was Union's ball previously. They're going to get it there. And managed to get it into the hands of Steger. Open for a high arcing 3 that goes off the back of the iron, and a foul is going to be charged. It is only the 4th team foul on Union. But they're going to charge it to Anna McCready. And once again, another foul is charged to McCready. And that is the 5th team foul. So only 2 seconds ran off the clock, and at the line is Oldacre. And let's see what she can deliver. These two are big. And she gets that high arcing free throw, 73-66. So both teams in the bonus as we go down the stretch in this final 106 seconds. Got them both. And they're going to press as you expect they would. And Mark's trying to get his most sure-handed ball handlers as close as he can to that inbounds line. Lauren Wells to toss it in. And Cauble, she's very dependable with it and gets it all the way down with a left-hand dribble. And Union with 18 on the shot clock. We got 1.5 minutes to go. 6-point lead for the Lady Bulldogs. Thompson still with it. McCready needs help. West puts up a gamble, and it's there. Lauren West fired one just in that. I think they may be coming over to and a foul. Now they're going to give her a 2. That's what they said. It is a 2-point basket, not a 3. It appears that's what they said. Unless they're going to bring it back down at the opposite end. I think they're going to look at it on replay. 73, it's either 75 or 76 to 57. They're going to look to see where her foot was planted. And if it is anywhere close to that line, they're only going to give her a 2. But she did get a big, big basket for Union with only 6 left on the shot clock. And let's see what the decision is as they look at the replay monitor. We ought to put mics on these guys and let them come to the middle of the court and say, after further review, and they give her a 2. It's 75-67. But that was a big one indeed for Lauren West. That's her first basket of the game. And Union back in the press. Snodgrass just had nowhere to go in that chain link fence that was around her. So they're going to have to, and they go, and they just completely beat Lauren West, and it's 75-69. Thompson manages to get it through those defenders in the backcourt. And Thompson and Gary Van Atta is apparently not going to attempt to foul. He'd like to get a turnover of some kind, and with 7 on the shot clock and barely 39 seconds remaining in the game, Union will play it for what has to be a very quick setup shot. Thompson to toss. And here you go, trying the same play again. Gambling too hard was Lucas. She was just way off balance. There's still time for them, but they cannot take a lot of time. Going for the bomb. It's not there, and Lucas the rebound. And they commit the foul, and Union is extremely fortunate because had that one dropped, we had a one-possession game. But Lucas will go to the line. 21 points on the night. She has made both of her free throws that she's taken. And this first one will pretty well ice it. 22 and a half seconds remaining. And Shanique, the senior, who has just meant so much to this ball club in all 4 of her years, and they're going to bring back in Keisha Lucas for defensive purposes. Shanique is 14 for 14 on the season from the line. Got them both. Gary Van Atta will take timeout. 22 and a half remaining. 77-69. We'll be back after this timeout.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle. And at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Gary Van Atta almost certainly took that timeout because that'll give his team the ball down at their end of the court. When the rules changed a few years back, the final 2 minutes, if you call a timeout in the final 2 minutes after an opposing team's basket, you get it down at your end of the court, and it really adds excitement to the game. But they're going to have to get one fast. Yeah, they got to hurry. They finally did, and Snodgrass just was too hemmed up, and you got a jump ball, and the alternate possession will stay in Montevallo's hands, but they lost 5 seconds in that exchange. So they got to hope for somebody to get wide open with a backdoor play here. And almost stolen. Lucas almost had her hands on it. Big bomb. No, too far. And Cauble in the backcourt, they'll foul her with 7.8 seconds remaining. So they fouled an 88% free throw shooter, and Leah Cauble could join the ranks of double digits. She'd be the fourth Lady Bulldog to hit that category tonight if she connects with one of these two. Short. Leah's 4 of 5 on the night. You figure that she's due for one that way, but this one will get it back to a 9-point margin. Van Adden's got one more timeout, and he's going to take it. We'll keep it right here. 78-69. That's so he can get the ball down at his end of the court. And Mark Campbell will come away tonight with victory number 6 on the season. Lady Bulldogs will go to 5-2 in the Gulf South Conference. Montevallo will go to 3-9. They are 3-5 in the Gulf South Conference. After that 2-game losing streak on the road last weekend, the Lady Bulldogs needed this one, but they have had to earn every bit of it after a rather comfortable first half. And looking at the standings here, Auburn Montgomery going into tonight's play was 4-6 overall and 3-4 in the conference. So that is going to be an interesting matchup if Union could get that one on Sunday. And, of course, Auburn Montgomery always plays Lady Bulldogs tough. That goes back 40 years. In fact, Don Richard, the longtime scorer for the Union Bulldogs, has still never gotten over a game that was played in Montgomery back in the 80s in which I can tell you, I don't care how many years goes by, he's still bitter over what he felt like was a bad call late in that game that cost the Lady Bulldogs an opportunity to get in the NAIA tournament. I always entertained every time Don has something to say about that. 78-69, a little bit over, less than 8 seconds to go. And they'll go for what may be the final basket. Snodgrass, air ball. And trying to save it with, and they're letting the clock run out. That clock ran about 3 seconds. So they're going to have to get that reset. The clock ran off about 3 seconds, and they're going to come over and reset that. Now they got it back to 45. I think it is 4.5 seconds that should be on the clock. Yeah, I looked up and the ball went out of bounds, and I thought, well, now they're not going to. There we go, 4.5 seconds remaining. And so it is Keisha Lucas to toss it in, and that's going to wrap it up. So Lady Bulldogs get back to the winning ways, 6-2 on the season, defeating Montevallo, but not without a real struggle, 78-69. Lady Bulldogs were on top 10-0 to begin the game, and up by as many as 16. They were up 36-20 late in the second quarter, and then you had 2 big three-pointers late in the first half for Montevallo to close it down to a 10-point game, and they managed to tie the game at 42. And then Union finally began to come back out, but this was a really tight struggle, and this Montevallo team is going to be, that record is deceptive, 3-9. They are going to be tough for a lot of people, and this is a team that has beaten Alabama Huntsville this season, so look out for them. They are going to be tough. Let me give you the totals for tonight's game. Union shooting 47%, Montevallo 44 in three-pointers. Lady Bulldogs 36-34 for Montevallo. Union 67% from the free throw line, 50% for Montevallo. That's one category that hurt. They were only 8 out of 16 in free throws. And then Union, the edge in rebounding, that was big, 39-30. But each team committed 20 turnovers in the game. And I know for Mark Campbell, that's something that he is really going to preach to this team before they get back on the floor against Auburn Montgomery on Sunday afternoon. Let's take a look now at our totals. I got to tell you, Marissa Snodgrass was something else. If Montevallo had won the game, she would definitely be our player of the game. 19 points, 7 of 11 from the floor, and 4 of 8 in three-pointers. And she was one of the big reasons that they made that big charge back in after falling behind by 16. And she added 3 rebounds, 2 assists, 4 steals. Outstanding player that she was. Isabel Grimes with 10 points tonight, and she was 4 of 5 in field goals. And thank our good folks at Union for providing us with these totals. Isabel Grimes, she added 4 rebounds and 2 assists and 2 steals. For Union, Shanique Lucas, and there's no question that she was the standout tonight. She had 10 points in the first half, rather the first quarter alone. Ended up with 23 on the night, 8 out of 15, 3 out of 6 from behind the arc, and 4 for 4. Perfect. She's still perfect, 15 for 15 for the season from the free throw line. She had 11 rebounds, a double-double, 23 points, 11 rebounds, 3 steals, 1 assist. What a night she had. And then it was Samaria Thompson with 12, Bug 5 out of 6 from the floor, and 3 assists in the game. And then also in double digits, Naomi Van Ness came down with 10. She was 4 of 8 from the floor. She had a couple of other layups that just didn't fall. And she added a couple of rebounds to her totals. And Leah Cauble with 10. And she was 5 of 6 from the free throw line and added 6 rebounds. So there's no question tonight our player of the game is going to be Shanique Lucas with her 23 points, 8 out of 15 from the floor. And with those 11 rebounds, a double-double, and for a guard to do that, it's just incredible. So Shanique is our player of the game tonight, and our congratulations from Worthy Road Studios. Well, in our Between Games show tonight, and of course we'll be back here in about 20 minutes to bring you the men's half of the doubleheader. But tonight we thought, as we are in the Christmas season, that we would bring you some musical entertainment. And this fall, one of the annual treats is the Union University Symphonic Band's fall concert. So tonight, here between games and also at halftime of the men's game, we're going to be entertaining you with a lot of their great music under the direction of John Kincham. So here we go, everybody. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes, but for right now, enjoy the Union Symphonic Band. at Fred DeLay Gym on David Blackstock Court, and we're seeing the Bulldogs with their warm-ups as they get ready to take on Montevallo in the second half of our doubleheader. Let's show you the starting lineups for both of these teams. We'll begin with the Montevallo Falcons. You're going to be hearing us talk about Braxton Bertolette a lot tonight. He's from Fort Collins, Colorado. He's a transfer from Casper College. He averages 18.4 a game and 5 rebounds. James McNeil with a 7-point-a-game average. He's from Queens, New York. He's a senior, and he transferred from Frank Phillips College. Tyler Moore is a 6'2 freshman from Hendersonville, Tennessee. And then you got Mason Shiflett. He's another one we'll be talking a lot about tonight. 10-point-a-game average, 5 rebounds. He's from Shepherdsville, Kentucky, transferred from West Liberty University. And then the Australian, Aiden Gardner. Gardner is a 6'9 sophomore, and he went to Grace Baptist Academy. He's averaging 9 per game. So those are your starters for the Falcons. Now let's take a look at Union's Bulldogs. JT DeBuck. He's the one who will quarterback this club. He's averaging 9 points a game on the season. He is a 6'1 junior from Broward County, Florida. Jalen Johnson, the 6'1 graduate student. He's a 180-pounder from Hopkinsville, Kentucky, averaging nearly 8 a game. Bo Gidgel, a guy whose name I love to call, no matter where he is on the court, averaging 12 points a game, 9 rebounds. And he's the big guy, 6'8 senior from Los Angeles. Jeremiah Littlepage. Hello, Ma Littlepage, back there in Birmingham. I hope we see you here before the season is over with. I love Jeremiah's mom, and he is a 6'8 junior from Birmingham and averaging 8 points and 5 rebounds on the season. And the big gun for the Bulldogs, Ty Parks from Pocahontas, Tennessee, the 6'5 senior, averaging 20 points a game and 7 rebounds. And those are your starters for both of these teams tonight. The starting lineups brought to you by Worthy Road Studios. And for the finest in video production all across West Tennessee, it is Worthy Road Studios #1. Well, tonight, in case you just joined us, the Lady Bulldogs, after getting out to a 16-point lead in the first half, had to fight for everything that they had against a very young but determined Montevallo team before they prevailed 78-69. I had a chance to talk to their coach, Gary Van Addo, who's a longtime friend of mine. Got to talk to him back in the locker room area right after the game was over with, and he told me, he said he loves that team for Montevallo, and he said they're young, but he said, I think they're going to continue to mature more and more as the season goes along. And I think unquestionably they will, because they fought for that entire 40 minutes before falling by 4. They were down 16 and tied the game at 42 early in the third quarter. Amazing comeback that they made before probably wore out a bit against the Lady Bulldogs. There you see in the back. There we see, and there you go, back in the locker room area. This is where the guys, you go in that door right there, and that is where the guys, they congregate before the game, and that's where they go and get their halftime pep talk and adjustments from Coach Dave Niven. And, you know, Coach Niven talked about in his interview, as I see Dub Oliver showing up, the president of Union University, in his full bow tie that I have missed recently, and here he is, and it's good to see him tonight. But in talking to Dave Niven that you saw at halftime of our women's game, he said one of the big things that's going to be tough to stop, not to be fooled by the 5-6 record that Montevallo has, is because this Bertolette guy is going to be hard to stop going on the glass, and also just a tremendous shooting percentage he has. And also Bertolette, 34 of 34 in free throws on the season. Can you believe that? He hasn't missed a one all year long. Bulldogs 6-4, but after they lost on our last TV game, they went on the road and they swept. There's Dub Oliver, and there he is checking out his messages. He's got the bow tie with the polka dots on it tonight. That's a fashion plate if ever there has been one, right there. But this Union team went on the road and swept all three. They took care of Christian Brothers, West Florida, and Valdosta State. in 3 in a row on the road. And Dave Niven says, I really think we may be a better road team than we are a home team. We'll find out tonight. But here we go. The starting lineups now will be introduced on the floor to everyone. And this is, again, a very determined team. And here you go. Braxton Bertolette. He's the guy that we're going to be watching tonight. He's 6'3". And there's James McNeil, the guy from New York. And Tyler Moore from Hendersonville, Tennessee. Mason Shiflett from Shepherdsville, Kentucky. And then the young man from Australia, Aiden Gardner. And so there are your starters for Coach Anthony Camara's Falcons. And here come the Bulldogs. Dave Niven has his team 5-1 in the Gulf South Conference. And here you go, JT DeBuck. Union is a half game behind West Georgia, which is 6-1 in the conference. Of course, Jalen Johnson, and here is Big Bo Gidgel. Jeremiah Littlepage will be emerging from the bench next. He's changed his hairstyle. I got to ask him about that. And then Ty Parks, the big guy from Pocahontas, Tennessee, and he may be all determination on the floor, but oftentimes you see him with a grin on his face. So those are your starters tonight for both these two teams. It's great to have you with us. And once again, I want to say hello to all the moms and dads, to all of the grandparents, aunts and uncles, brothers, sisters, cousins, and all the good friends of both of these two teams and their players tonight, because it's great to have you aboard and that we can bring you this game. Streaming sure has opened up a lot of opportunities, and I just enjoy getting to visit with the visiting teams and their coaches as much as we do seeing our own Union Bulldogs here as part of this. So here we go. And it is going to be Littlepage to jump it against the 6'9" Gardner. Well, instead, they're going to change it. And they've got Gidgel to jump it, and Union takes it. So we're underway from the Fred on this Friday night, a rare Friday night contest that we have. And we'll have a rare Sunday afternoon contest this weekend. Littlepage playing way out at the top of the key. And they go to him in the paint and couldn't quite get it up, but drew the foul. And that one is going to be charged to McNeil, first foul of the game, so Jeremiah goes to the line for 2. On the season, he is a 65% free throw shooter, so you figure he'll give you at least 1 out of the 2. Majoring in sports management, and just had it the iron unkind for him. And he nails the first point of the game as Union takes the first lead, and Bulldogs are going into a half-court trap press. And they bring DeBuck and Parks deep. This is a Montevallo team that has had a number of close calls. Their most recent victory has been against Point University. And they get the steal. DeBuck with that flowing hair. You always know where he is on the court if you don't know he's number 1. And goes for the 3. Yes, sir. DeBuck makes it a 4-0 lead, and JT gets a little flow from the side. And Bulldogs have struggled a bit from the three-point line during the season. They're averaging only 34%, but they're trying to make a run on that. And going into the paint with a fall-away jumper that goes off the mark in the rebound to Littlepage. Moore thought he had it, but he was going a little bit too much to his right. And let's see how Dave Niven plays this one. Almost knocked away, and yes, they say it went off the hands of Parks. So it's first Union turnover of the contest. That's one of those that you just shake your head about because it was a bang-bang play at the opposite end, but it went off of the hands of Ty Parks before going out of bounds. This is McNeil. He and Moore are a tremendous backcourt tandem. They do things well without the basketball. Thinking about the three was Shiflett. They're down to 6 on the shot clock. Going to have to hurry. And that was a beautifully timed block by Bo Gidgel on the drive by McNeil. And so it is Union basketball. And Dave's going to bring a little extra help up front. And Jalen Johnson to toss it in. Applying a little bit of pressure, but not intense, are the Falcons. And they go lob it inside to Parks, and they're double-teaming him. They've obviously caught the scouting report. And Gidgel, against 2 defenders, just willed that one in. Bo on the season, he's tremendous in just about everything he does, 43% from the floor. And they thought about the three once again, and this time they took it, and it goes off the mark for Shiflett. But they get the offensive board, and they cannot get the three. This is a third opportunity at the basket. They go way back out front. 10 on the shot clock. Union's man-to-man defense is really, really putting the pressure on. Working one-on-one against Gidgel at the last minute. The hook goes through for Shiflett. He's got a lot of weapons on this floor, does Shiflett. He has a great touch no matter where he is on the floor. He shoots 35% from behind the arc. Now slapped away but picked back up by DeBuck. And for the three, it rims out. And picking it up is Moore. And they're quick, and Union is not so quick back down on defense, but Little Page with the block, and it goes off the hands of Bertolet, and you got to know he is frustrated with that. That is one thing he did not want to happen because he, frankly, might have had another ticket back up for a second layup opportunity. Union on top 6-2. We've had 4 minutes gone here in this first half of play. Lady Bulldogs defeated Montevallo 78-69 to get back in the winning ways. Open for the three. DeBuck. The high arcing shot goes astray. And here you go trying to make it quickly down. Beautiful high arm extension on the part of Bertolet. That's where he can really burn you. To make it a 6-4 game, that's his first basket. And right down the middle. And trying to get it home was Johnson. He goes to the deck hard, and he'll go to the line for 2. And let's see who the charge is. They're going to charge that one to McNeil, and as they charge it, we're going to take a timeout. We got 15:27 to go. Union on top of Montevallo, 6-4.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Want to remind you again that we have a rare Sunday afternoon game here live from the Fred. In a couple of days, it'll be here on Sunday, a week before Christmas on the 18th, as Union will be taking on Auburn Montgomery. Now, the game will tip off, the women's game will tip off at 2. We'll be here with the pregame show at 1:45 on the Bulldog Network, as well as on ePlus TV6 and ePlusTV6.com, and those of you who watch us on Roku on the Stream On app. And I again want to welcome all of our viewers from Canada who are catching us, and those who are in the United States who have the Stream On app. It just so happens that Canada is where that originates. So we've had a few viewers of our games from across the border, and we thank you for watching. Now we got 15 and a half to go here from the Fred in the first half. Union up 6-4. It has not been a prolific scoring early portion of this game. Union 2 out of 4 for 50%. Montevallo 2 out of 7 for 29%. But not enough stats to really give you a true picture of how everything's going on. Jalen Johnson to the line. Jalen's an 83% free throw shooter, and he proves it why right there. Parks and Johnson are the real hot hands on the free throw line, 92 and 83% respectively. And Jalen's one of these that he may have double digits in the game, but they're quiet. They're spread out over the entire contest. So it's a lot different than somebody who can just roll up 10, 12 points in a row in a very short order. And Union still staying in sort of that triangle press. Almost stolen by Parks. Parks tipped that one again. And they're down to 17 on the shot clock. And an opening right down the middle. Right down the paint it goes, and that was a nice one for Jalen Tharp. Tharp is a 6'2" graduate student from Clarksville, Tennessee. He's a transfer from Trevecca Nazarene. And here you go back, having to retreat a bit, but open for the three. And just off the mark for Lance Sarver. And the foul. And that's what you call, in a situation like that, put it up because you sense that the defender is coming on you and you try to draw at least a two-shot foul. And so that'll put JT DeBuck on the line. JT is a 60% free throw shooter. And connects. So far, Union 4 of 5 from the free throw line. And you can expect to see a lot of action tonight from J.C. Clossy, who had a tremendous road trip on those 3 victories that Union had. This conference is so hard to win on any night, but particularly on the road. And for Union to come away 3 for 3 on that 2-weekend road trip, that's just amazing. And a big long bomb is off the mark, the air ball for McCray. That's Amaris McCray from St. Petersburg, Florida. He's a redshirt freshman transferred from Miles College. And again, this is a little bit slower tempo game than one might have thought originally between these two teams. Montevallo averages 71 points a game, Union 68. 8 on the shot clock for the Bulldogs. And the fall-away jumper is iron unkind for DeBuck. And a quick rebound for Bertolet. And they're going to take their time with it. Bertolet, who is just so versatile with and without the basketball. Fall-away 3, not there. Iron unkind, but Bertolet with the offensive board. And they quickly picked them up on the drive inside by Moore. They got down to 6 on the clock, so they're going to have to go with it soon. And Moore does a brilliant job of driving through all the traffic and cuts the lead to 9-8 as we get close to the 13-minute mark in this first half, which has gone rather swiftly so far. Sarver has earned a good bit of playing time lately, particularly because of his defense. And down between the defenders, and Parks could not make it roll. So Moore tries to give the lead to Montevallo, goes for the 3. No, it's off the mark, and the rebound coming off to Parks. And open, nobody challenging for that 3, and then an air ball for DeBuck. So Union has followed to 1 out of 4 from behind the arc, and I know that is, again, an area that Dave Niven wants to work on greatly because this has not been the sharpest shooting three-point team that he's ever had. They do shoot 43% from the floor overall and a 74% free throw shooting team. And this Montevallo team shoots at 81%. They try to do a bowling pass inside to Gardner and the foul. So they'll play it underneath. That is the first team foul on the Bulldogs. And tipped, almost picked off. That was a nice job by Gidgel of almost coming away with that one. So let's see how Coach Kamara plays this one. And trying to go to the paint. And back for the three. Short. And trying to establish control. And with 12-11 to go, knocked out of bounds. So it is going to be, but good effort on the part of Newsom. Emmanuel from Deerfield Beach, Florida, transfer from Oakland University to the Bulldogs. So once again, a second opportunity to take the lead for the Falcons. And they tried to go inside with a bounce pass. It was probably one too many passes. And it's going to go back in. We got another timeout. 11:58 remaining. Union still on top, but just by 9-8.
Are you looking for a Christian college or starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
Well, this has been one of those Friday nights that this campus is increasingly quiet because of the fact that students, as soon as they finish their final exams this week, they made it to their cars, they got their stuff out of their dorm rooms, and they headed home. And they are so happy to be away from those awful professors who make those very difficult tests intentionally to try to get them to fail. Not quite, but it is, as I say, there's something always about Union or any other campus that when you reach that point the day after finals, it's almost as if there is a quiet that hushes over the campus. That is the case. That's why you don't see a very big student section here tonight, because most all of them are gone. But Union will be having its first, I don't know if it's first in history, but first in decades of starting spring semester in January. So we'll be seeing students coming back to the ball games much earlier than we did when a lot of times we didn't see them until February. 15 on the shot clock and the bomb. Not there. And again, this has not been a big three-point shooting night for either team. 0 out of 7 for Montevallo. Union is 1 out of 4. The bank is not there. Yordovich couldn't make it go. Now they're going to have numbers down at the opposite end of the floor. And stolen. Yordovich is in the right place at the right time and snagged that turnover. And let's see what happens with Dujan in there in the post. Union, a lot of quick passes. That was a push shot that just didn't quite have enough arc on it for a three. And so Union is struggling as well, 1 of 5 in three-pointers. And then a kick out for a three and a block off a three. That doesn't happen often. Perfectly timed by Bo Gidgel. He just waited and timed his jump perfectly. Bertolet's going to toss it back in. And this opening, shall we say, 9 minutes of this first half has gone by pretty fast. Not a lot of fouls have been called, only 4 in the entire contest so far. And on the inside, trying to work one-on-one. And still, Union's defense is shutting down a lot of down-low opportunities. And a fall away. That one's way high, but right at the horn, McNeil connects with his first, and that's the first lead of the night for the Falcons. Union slows it up. They've not gone tempo in this game. And the answer shot at the opposite end going left to right for Gidgel. And Bow with 4 now, so we got a seesaw lead going at 11-10 Union. Getting right at about the 10-minute mark. We've had 5 different Falcons that have each scored a single basket in the game. Another 3. That finally connects. That's their first one of the game, and McNeil makes it a 13-11 lead for the Falcons. And almost a travel, but instead it's going to be a foul that will send Gidgel to the line. Foul is charged to Kendon Knight, the junior from Montgomery, Alabama. So at the line, Gidgel, and on the season, I'll check his numbers, Bow is a 63% shooter. And that's what you usually expect. If you get 1 out of 2, that's what typically happens. He has a chance to cut it to a 1-point lead as we're under 10 minutes to go in this first half of play. Hope all of you will be here Sunday afternoon, but in case you have to miss us, I hope all of you will have a fantastic Christmas wherever you happen to be. And the floater goes through. He gets the Plinko drop, and Gidgel ties the game. And for Bow, that's 6. He leads the game so far. And almost there you go. Jordovich is really going, and look at that. The official, I think, wanted to have a distinctive way of, and it looked like he was signaling first down, but it goes to Union. And Cowboy Curling quickly gets on the floor to remove the moisture. Cowboy Curling T-shirts, it has been rumored that they may sell somewhere around Fred DeLay Gymnasium. I haven't seen one yet, but perhaps sometime after Christmas. 9:15 remaining. 12 on the shot clock. High inside to Jordovich, and he gets it. He warded off 2 defenders, and Union retakes the lead. Bulldogs now 4 of 12 for 33% from the floor. They've had as many free throws as they've had field goals. Montevallo struggling also, 6 out of 17. And they've got it all hemmed up underneath. And that's a force out of bounds on McNeil, so he'll play it with 7 to go on the shot clock. The big bomb 3. That's another air ball, and Gidgel the rebound after the miss by Moore. Union very patient. There you go. Tried to go the give and go down the middle of the paint. But Newsom was absolutely sandwiched. Big long bomb 3 is again off the mark. Bertolet tried to go for a long one, and it just was way to the right. Trying this time Gidgel, and the iron unkind, and the rebound this time to McNeil. So both these teams trade misses. And Coach Kamara trying to reset his offense. And there's what you call a bump underneath, but no call on it. And it's going to go back to, with 13 on the shot clock, it's going to go back to Montevallo, and timeout with 7:55 remaining. Union on top by a mere field goal, 15-13.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
So far, a defensive struggle with the Union Bulldogs on top 15-13. But this is not a game that you want to show highlight tape to young people about three-point shooting. 1 out of 11 for 9% for Montevallo, 1 out of 6 for 17 for Union. They just, neither team has been able to strike gold from behind the arc. And when it comes to rebounding, Union has been out-rebounded 15-10, which is a big reason that this Montevallo team has stayed within 2. Union has so far at this point, a 4-0 run. They fell behind 13-11. They've scored the last 4 points. The biggest lead in the game was held by the Bulldogs, and that was right off the bat when they got out to a 6-0 lead. So here we go. 13 on the shot clock for the Falcons to try to navigate something, and Moore will toss it in. And McRae tried to get up high for it. And a one-hand floater that, again, does not go, and Gidgel the rebound. Bo could be on his way to a double-double tonight at the rate he's going. Chance of defense from the Montevallo bench. And between all the defenders, and look at Parks. He had about 3 spin moves on that one, and for Ty, that's his first basket. Leading scorer for the Bulldogs, averaging 20 a game. Bulldogs back to a 4-point margin, and Bertolet double-teamed, and it went off of the knee of Newsom. Doing a great job of double-teaming the ball. Down to 6 on the shot clock. Bertolet for the 3. That is his first from bombs away area tonight. Cuts the lead to 1 with 7 minutes remaining, and getting through about 3 defenders, and that's Gidgel. Just the agility that he has is amazing. Gidgel with 8 to lead the contest. We've only had 5 fouls called. Union's only committed 1 foul in the contest so far. Down to 9 on the shot clock. Bertolet may have to pull up and try another big bomb. And he does. Nope, he dishes off. And that one was an iron unkind 3 opportunity. So Union with the first opportunity to perhaps get a 2-possession lead since the early going. Big 3 is off the mark for Gidgel. And they got a 2-on-2, and the jumper is there, and give him the 3. Bertolet with 8 now. And we're tied all again at 19 with 6 minutes to go in the first half. Back here again Sunday afternoon at 1:45 for Union against Auburn Montgomery in a doubleheader. A rare one on a Sunday afternoon. That one was short. You could tell it from the minute it left Newsom's hand. And the foul. Only the second foul on the Bulldogs, and that is going to be on Newsom. And checking in a wholesale set of reserves. In the women's game, when they kept coming in and out about every 3 minutes, we usually said, here comes a whole big bunch from the next county in here because it looked like a herd of cattle. Bertolet will toss it in. He's a multi-sport athlete. He has done well in just about everything that he attempted when he was in high school. Fall-away 3 is not there for Latch. Bulldogs again. As we say, the shooting percentages have been more of the Amana side-by-side refrigerator freezer tonight. So Union will play it underneath, and DeBuck will toss it. And we're getting close to the 5-minute mark. Again, very quickly played first half, despite what at times has been slow pace. We haven't had any real breakaway baskets. taking it underneath and overshooting, and Little Page almost got the follow, but he'll go to the line for 2. The foul is charged to Latch, and that'll be his sixth team foul. So the Union's not in the bonus, but it doesn't matter because Jeremiah will have 2 with 5:04 remaining. This is one of the nicest young men that you'll ever want to meet, I can tell you, because I taught him. and I must tell you, he was a great pleasure to have in class during that terrible COVID year that we experienced. He had to go into quarantine 4 different times because of his exposure to it, but he never complained. And every time a class was on Zoom and every time he needed to make up projects, he did. Unfortunately, he couldn't deliver a free throw on that possession. So the Falcons with another opportunity to retake the lead, and that's going to be on Johnson. Jalen commits his first, only the 3rd team foul on the Bulldogs. At halftime, we'll be bringing you more of the Union Symphonic Band Fall Concert, and I think you're really going to enjoy their selections. They're going to do a bit of Mozart for you, and they are terrific, trust me. And knocked away, and it last went off the fingertips of Bertolet, and so here we go with Union off the turnover. That's the 5th turnover for Montevallo. Union has committed 3. Union has picked up 5. They have the edge 5-0 in points off turnovers. But they haven't been able to stretch it out into a major lead as of yet. And traveling. Yep, that was a little case of Jeremiah changing his pivot foot, and he got called for it. He was trying to back in and perhaps get a reverse layup, but no go on that instance. 4:25 remaining. And they roll it around. Big bomb for Bertolet. That is his 3rd 3 of the game. And that's the largest lead so far at 22-19 for the Falcons. Union has just not been able to buy one. And is that an offensive foul? It is. He thought he had a ticket inside, but unfortunately, Jalen Johnson is charged with the offensive foul. That's the 4th foul against the Bulldogs. We got 4:03 to go in this first half. We got one more media timeout. So everybody hang loose. The incomparable Alexander Bitterling has just shown up here at Fred DeLay Gymnasium. And that one goes off the mark. He was the voice of the Bulldogs last year, 2 years ago, and also he's my regular substitute. Big bomb for Parks is not there, and that looks like a volleyball game going on. And Parks gets it again, and this time connects. He's got only the 2nd 3-pointer of the game tonight for the Bulldogs, and they have retied it at 22. And that went right through the hands of Bertolet on the bounce pass. And timeout with 3:22 remaining. How about that? 3:22 to go, and the game is tied at 22-22. And this Gulf South Conference matchup is being seen on the Bulldog Network at uuathletics.com. It is also available on ePlus TV6 and ePlusTV6.com. Look at Cowboy Curling being so stoic, and finally he engages in a conversation with the official. You can get your Cowboy Curling T-shirts. I'm not sure what store they're at, and if you find them, you probably will run out the door anyway. But anyway, poor guy. He doesn't get a break from me whatsoever. 22-all is our score here. A rather low-scoring affair between these two teams, but as we mentioned, Union averaging 68 a game, and they've been holding their opponents to an average of 66. Montevallo is actually averaging being outscored by a couple, 73-71. And so, the slow tempo dribble once again. Union has been playing more disciplined pattern offense rather than a lot of transition baskets. And here we go. Fall away. That one was just too high, didn't get off the glass, but Littlepage is going to draw the foul. And that puts Union in the bonus, but they badly need the front end of the 1-and-1. And that is the third foul on Latch. And he's only played 7 minutes of this game, and so they're going to sit him down. Austin Latch from Birmingham, and he's a transfer from Delta State. So Jeremiah goes to the line for the bonus. And short. He's just had a rough time of it tonight. Missed one. He's missed 4 out of 5. He's 1 out of 5 from the line, and so Union loses another golden opportunity to retake the lead. Open for the 3. And off the back of the iron again. 4 out of 18, and if it weren't for Bertolet, it would be worse than that. Union so far 2 out of 10 from long distance. As we get down to the 2.5-minute mark. Tied at 22 from the corner. The bomb still will not fall, and the rebound comes off to McNeil. And they didn't play too close in defending the 3, but Tharp didn't pull up and take it. High curl and getting it inside to give Montevallo the lead again. McNeil with 7 in the game, and we're at 24-22. Sarver with it. And DeBuck trying to get between a bunch of defenders, and it was blocked. But Union saves it with 10 on the shot clock. Parks going to try to go down the middle, instead dishes off. And blocked. Sarver was right down the middle, but he had that block perfectly timed, and we're getting close to a minute and a half. And thinking about the 3 was McNeil, but he doesn't do it. Bertolet is your game leader with 11 points so far. 10 on the shot clock. Working one-on-one against Parks. And Bertolet is going to draw the foul. A little bump foul charged to Parks, who is a little stunned that he was charged with it. But that'll send a new 20 on the clock with 1:17 remaining. 5 team fouls against the Bulldogs, so no bonus yet. And let's see how Coach Kamara plays it, and timeout called. So we'll take a break. 1:17 remaining in the first half. Montevallo with the edge over the Bulldogs, 24-22.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle, and at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
For those of you in Jackson who are watching us on the Roku app, I invite you to join us tomorrow night at 7 o'clock for Steve Beverly's TV Classics right here on ePlusTV6, ePlusTV6.com, and that Stream On app on Roku, and you'll be seeing some marvelous old classic Christmas shows from the past, and I think they will bring back some extraordinarily fond memories. And watch us Sunday night from 7 to 10 with a completely different show. We're back to action here with Montevallo up by 2, and the fall away does not drop. And they're going to scramble for it. We got a scrum, and let's see what happens. And they're going to call, a little bit aggressive there. Let's see what happens. Let's not have any tensions on the floor, and the official trying to separate them. And let's see what the call is. It's a jump ball, and the alternate possession is going back to the Falcons. They'll have another 20 with 65 seconds to go in the first half. And Bertolet to toss it in. He's only had a very short respite in this game. He's played 17 minutes, longer than anyone in the contest, except for Ty Parks. And he's the game leader with 11 points. For Union, it's Gidgel on top with 8. And I think they were trying to discuss which way the possession arrow was going to go. And there you go. That was a little bit of a hesitation on the part of Gardner and trying to go down all the way. And the follow shot goes through for Littlepage, who finally gets his first field goal of the night. And somebody took a big spill down there. Let's see, is it DeBuck? Yeah, I think JT. Is it JT? I believe it is. He just took a big spill. Looks like he's okay, but it probably just knocked the wind out of him. And they're going to get Newsom back in to give him a quick spell, make sure he's okay. And Niven's going to bring Newsom back in. I think JT just waved him off and said, no, I'll stay in, because there's only 55 seconds remaining in the first half. We're tied at 24. And here we go again. That tight defense, man-to-man, and Bertolet, what a play, and draws the foul. And look at his teammates. They're getting a big grin off of that one. Or is it? Or did they wipe it off? No, they give him credit for the basket. He was walking away, but they give it to him. And so a 26-24 game, he's got half of Montevallo's points. You can see why this guy is such a standout in the Gulf South Conference. So a 27-24 game, Montevallo on top with 48 seconds remaining. This looks like one of these that might be played in the 50s tonight. Union has pretty much played at the tempo that's been dictated by Montevallo tonight. For the answer shot from the corner, and Sarver finally connects. And we are tied, and I would imagine the Falcons are going to go for the final shot of the half. And this is the guy they would love to have it in the hands of, with his 14 points leading them tonight. Taking his time, and he may try to take it all the way. Pulls up and has it blocked. And let's see what happens here. And they give it to Union. And that's an interesting Bulldogs are they're applauding themselves with 3 seconds remaining. And it's going to go at the opposite end, and so it is going to send Union to the free throw line. That was a wild play. And so Gidgel goes to the line. They badly need him to get the front end of the 1-and-1. The big guy from L.A. And it goes in and out. Bertolet's going to try to scramble and throw a big bomb up. And not close, but that's about the way this first half ended, is about the way the game has been played. It's been on even terms, except for the first 6 points that Union had to lead early on, but it's tied at 27. Let me give you a rundown on the scoring totals. Braxton Bertolet is the leader for everybody with 14 points. He's got 5 of 11 field goals and 3 of 8 three-pointers. He's added 3 rebounds on top of that. He's the only one in double figures for Montevallo. McNeil has 7. For Union, it's Bo Gidgel with 8. He's 4 out of 7 from the floor. He hasn't been able to hit a three-pointer tonight. And then you look down the ledger, and you've got Ty Parks with 5. They've done a pretty good job of defending him tonight. He's not been able to get open for a lot of rebounds. Rebounding, in fact, Gidgel with 6, Parks with 5. And those are your big scoring totals as we go to the locker room. We're all dead even, 27 all. Union ended up winning the women's game tonight, 78-69, but not without a real struggle from this Montevallo team. So it's halftime here at Fred DeLay, and tonight we are going to bring you some more music like we did between games. We're going to entertain you with the Union Symphonic Band. They did a tremendous job in their fall concert, and right after this upcoming message, you're going to hear them play some marvelous Mozart. So let's enjoy that, and then we'll be right back here for the second half.
Hey, Steve Beverly's TV Classics is now on every Saturday night.
Oh, that's right.
You're invited to watch.
Oh, how can I turn down such a gracious invitation?
It's on every Saturday from 7 to 10.
I think it's wonderful.
Sheer genius.
It's on E+ TV6.
People do seem to like my smile.
Watch Saturday night, 7 to 10 on E+ TV6, where our reruns are the best.
They sure are.
It's all online, and I can take the courses at any time that I want. I can do my homework at any time I want.
Not missing out on any soccer games, any cheer games, volleyball, any type of activities with my children, and I still feel that I'm getting the proper education, but not being away from my family.
If I really want to accelerate my program, I can do that at Union. If I need to slow down a little bit because other things are coming up in life, I can slow it down as well.
I can work at my pace. We have modules that are due every week. There's all kinds of opportunities for you to have additional help available 24/7. Whenever I have time to work on it, it's there. And so that has worked well for my schedule.
So it gives me a lot of flexibility to get done with my workday, spend time with my children, and then jump right in and get my homework done at the end of the day.
Steve Beverly's TV Classics can cure what ails you.
I watched and it got rid of my hemorrhoids.
Staying awake at night? Just watch TV Classics.
My daughter watched and she went right to sleep.
Do not watch Steve Beverly's TV Classics if bikes upset your stomach. Do not watch if high drama leads to emotional distress. And do not turn on TV6 Saturday or Sunday at 7 if hillbillies give you a gallbladder attack.
Ask your doctor if Steve Beverly's Classics is right for you.
Steve Beverly back with you at Fred DeLay Gym on David Blackstock Court, live from Jackson, Tennessee. And here we go with your halftime stats brought to you by Worthy Road Studios, #1 in video production for sports, for church services, and for special events all across West Tennessee. Field goals between these two teams tonight. Union with the edge, 37-34. Bulldogs have hit 10 of 27, and Montevallo 11 of 32. This has not been a clinic as far as three-pointers are concerned. It's 20%, 4 out of 20 for Montevallo, and Union 3 out of 12 for 25%. It is well below both of these teams average 34% behind the arc, and it is well below both of their season averages. Union, one of the big problems tonight, 4 out of 12 from the free throw line. You got to be able to hit free throws with at least double that number. You got to get at least 8 out of 12 in that number to be really competitive, and that's just a thing that they've struggled with this season. And tonight, only 33%, 4 out of 12. Montevallo has only been to the line one time and hit it, and so that was Bertolet, and so they are 100%. Montevallo has out-rebounded the Bulldogs 23-20. And in turnovers, not a lot tonight. Union's only given it up 5 times, Montevallo 7. Union with the edge in collecting points off turnovers, 7-3. But we are at a game that the turnovers have been at such a level and the shooting percentages have been so weak that you haven't really been able to manufacture a lot of things to capitalize off those totals. So it is all deadlocked at halftime, 27-all. And as we mentioned, the Bulldogs going for their 4th consecutive victory. They have struggled more at home than they have on the road, but they would be 7-4 if they could pull this one off tonight. And more importantly, 6-1 in the Gulf South Conference. Montevallo is trying to even up its season record at 6-6 and trying to go 4-4. In the Gulf South Conference. The leader coming into tonight was West Georgia by a half game at 6-1. Union was 5-1, and Alabama Huntsville 6-2. Lee 5-2. So they are your big 4 in the conference. Montevallo at 3-4. They are tied with Auburn Montgomery on what would be the number 8 slot, because the top 8 teams at the end of the season in March will advance to the Gulf South Conference tournament. So because these conference games have started so early with a 24-game schedule, all of these matter. It doesn't matter where you are. They all matter because you just can't afford to make a big comeback at the end of the conference campaign. Dave Niven told us in his interview at halftime of the women's game what kind of player that Braxton Bertolette was and what a challenge he would be, and he indeed is. 14 points. He's 5 of 11 from the field. He's hit 3 3-pointers, 3 rebounds, an assist, and a steal. So he's done everything that has been asked of him. On the other hand of the ledger, Bo Gidgel with 8 points for Union, but looking at where he stands with 6 rebounds, he's had a couple of assists and a couple of block shots. But the real weakness so far for this Bulldog team has been free throws, 4 out of 12. That one has just got to improve. Bulldogs will play it first here in the second half. And Jalen Johnson will toss it in. And here we go. DeBuck sets up the offense, and you can see a lot of rotation already. There you go! Right off at the start of the half to get Ty Parks, and look at that grin on his face. They went for the big floater, and he did it. The big splash makes it 29-27. So Bulldogs back to the lead for the first time in a while. And trying to find any kind of opening with Shiflett, and they lose it. Union does not have the numbers, so they got to slow it up. And finally, it is Johnson who comes back up court. A big key for either one of these teams is if they can somehow be able to get some explosive plays early on and maybe get it, because a cushion in this game so far would be about 6 points. Fall away. Bank is not there for Gidgel. And it is Shiflett that comes down with a rebound. We're barely a minute and 15 seconds into the, and here you go. It looks like another steal. They're going to scramble for it, and it is Gidgel that picks it up. Down the court they go, and the big splash once again. Parks with 2 stuffs. He has 9, and the Bulldogs are up by 4. Doesn't sound like much, but it's gotten this place coming alive a bit tonight. It may not seem like a lot of people are here, but I can guarantee you there are more people here than were at the Bahamas Bowl earlier today. And they work the perimeter again, and that one's at the very last second. What a play by Shiflett, the very last second, and as the buzzer sounded, it was out of his hands, and he nails it. 31-29, big bomb off the mark for Johnson. And they try to get it down for the tie, and the foul. And Johnson trying to get back down court, commits the foul. And for Jalen, that is his 3rd. He's the first one in the game that is in any kind of foul trouble, and he will come out, and they will get Lane Sarver back in. He's the freshman from New Madison, Ohio, but at the line, it's McNeil attempting to tie the game. In and out. McNeil is not one of their stronger free throw shooters, and they've got some really good ones with Bertolette not having missed for the season, Shiflett and Jones, both in the 80s, and misses them both, and the rebound comes off to Gidgel. That's something that does not usually happen with this Montevallo team, is to miss both 2-shot opportunities. Here's Parks. And he's been hot and gets that Bank of Jackson shot to make it 33-29. Dave Niven has said that the defense has been well ahead of the offense for the Bulldogs this season so far. But he wants to see that offense become more crisp and efficient. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Bertolette may try to take it one-on-one himself and open for the 3. No, it's off the mark. And it is Gidgel who will pull it down, and Bo with 8 rebounds now. 8 points, 8 rebounds. And we're getting close to the first media timeout of this second half. And lobbing. They were trying for that big splash again, and they say it went off the foot of McNeil, so it will be Union ball with 12 on the shot clock. But this would be big for them to get a full 2-possession lead as we start early in this half. We were tied at 27 at halftime. They got to hurry. And underneath, they get another big splash. It's Little Page. And Union outscores Montevallo 8-2 to open up this second half. Sarver is all over Moore. And Union now with a chance to get its largest lead of the game. The 6-pointer right now is it. And open for the 3. Yes, sir! And Park skips back down the floor, and Coach Camara calls a timeout. So, Bulldogs on a roll right now, 38-29. They lead, and we'll be back with more after this.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
And Dave Niven has to be happy with what he's seeing so far in this second half. The Bulldogs have gone on an 11-2 run to take a 9-point lead, 38-29. But you got to know this Montevallo team, their fight is anything but gone, and they've got probably 2, 3, maybe even 4 runs left for them with 15:43 to go in the game. The Bulldogs led now by Ty Parks, who started out with, well, he's actually had 2 big splash dunks here in the second half. 6 of 8 now from the floor. He has tied Bertolet for the game's lead with 14. Bulldogs now up to 44% in field goals, and that last one that decked it hard by Ty Parks makes it 29% from three-pointers, 4 out of 14. Montevallo, 4 of 22. Bertolet's going to take his time with it. They're going to have to hurry to get it across, and they may not. No, there it is, the 10-second violation. Excellent defense by the Bulldogs and just lackadaisical passing on the part of Montevallo. And now we've got the media timeout. And so, well, let's see if they're going to take it. Everybody's going to come back to the huddles. And so, 15:31 to go. Union still on top, 38-29.
Are you looking for a Christian college or are starting the college search process? I want to take a second to tell you about my school, Union University in Jackson, Tennessee. Union is a private 4-year university known for its rigorous academics, Christ-centered community, and the success of its graduates. My favorite part about Union is the faculty. The professors here are so intentional about helping students grow not only academically, but also spiritually. You should check out Union for yourself. Come for a visit. I know you'll love it. At Union University, you'll be transformed.
And Dave Niven with his team with a chance to go up double digits now. Let's remind you again, we are here Sunday afternoon. It is a rare Sunday afternoon game, and it will be Union taking on Auburn Montgomery. That'll start at 1:45 with our pregame show, and then at 2 o'clock they will tip off right here from Fred DeLay Gymnasium at David Blackstock Court in an all-important Gulf South Conference matchup. So if you don't watch the NFL, and a lot of you have decided you don't want to watch them anymore, if you don't watch them, watch us Sunday afternoon. We'd be glad to have you. And we'll be here on ePlusTV6, ePlusTV6.com, on the Bulldog Network at uuathletics.com, and also on the Roku Stream On app. So you can download Stream On your Roku account, and you get to see us Sunday afternoon. Download us right now. Well, you don't need to do that right now if you're watching us. You can do it after the game. All right, 15 and a half minutes to go. Bulldogs have been on an early run here, 11-2 to open the half after being tied at 27 at halftime. And wide open from the corner for the three, and there you go. Parks is having a showtime now. No, that was Gidgel. He was showboating just like Gidgel, and so just like Parks, I couldn't tell it was Bo. 41-29. Union now up 14-2. Blocked. The follow is not there, and they're going to have a third opportunity up, going for the three. No, it is not there. Could it be a fourth one? Bertolette is in all kinds of trouble. And a big bomb. Yes. Bertolette's the kind who can maybe quell some of that steam that is coming from the Bulldogs, and he cuts the lead to 9 at 41-32. Union finally getting a little bit more efficiency from three-pointers. And that one was tipped away by McNeil. Very quick hands he has. Checking back in is Moore. And McNeil will come out. Union will have 20 on the shot clock. And here you go with DeBuck. They're trying to make some Friday night lights here in the second half. And, yep, Gidgel he took a step before he passed that ball off, and it was quite evident, the official right on top of it. So that is turnover number 6 for the Bulldogs, and that allows an opportunity for Montevallo to cut this one back. What was an 11-point lead, they could slash it down to 5 on this possession. And let's see how Coach Kamara plays it. And trying to go down the lane with it. Big bomb three is short. And here comes Parks. And he's open again. And it's not there, but high for the rebound is Sarver. And Gidgel tries it anyway and gets it. Gidgel with another three. And getting his teammates charged up. It's back to a 12-point lead at 44-32. And Union is finally hitting from the outside. They only had one at halftime. 5 of them already in this half. And right in between all kinds of defenders and drawing the foul is Knight. And I think they're going to say, let's see, is it going to be underneath? Yeah, I think they're going to say it was before the shot. So here we go with Latch to toss it in. Latch playing with 3 fouls. And here's a steal. And here he goes. Down the stretch he goes. The steal by DeBuck, taking it all the way. He's got 6, and the Bulldogs are threatening to blow this one open. 46-32, a 19-5 run to start this half. They have exploded. And we're under 13 minutes remaining. And right between the defenders, and it goes nowhere. And let's see what the foul is going to be charged. It appears it is going to be on DeBuck. And if it is, that's JT's first. And at the line for 2, it's Tyler Moore, the 6'2 freshman from Hendersonville. And he connects. 81% free throw shooting team this is. So you expect precision, and if it takes that to get them back in this contest, that's exactly what they will exercise. Nice touch on those free throws to make it a 46-34 game. But Union playing with much more of a purpose here in this second half. And right through everybody, the big splash once again for Little Page. He just saw the opening and they throw it away. Tried to get it down court for the bomb to Shiflett, and it was beyond his range. And so up by 14. That one was for Ma Littlepage. That was distinctive. If you want to talk about what an exclamation point is, that's what Jeremiah, he just saw that opening and decided it was going to be one step and in for the big splash. And tipped away. It was just too much of a floater of a pass. Union by 14 and thinking about the three, but some of the fans wanted to travel, but they didn't get it. And again, going up the middle, and the floater is there for McNeil, who has 9, and Union's got somebody open again. Let's see what Parks does with it. Brings it back up. Boy, Ty Parks had a step on his defender, and the foul, that's going to be a bump on the way toward the basket, and it looks like that may be on McNeil. And we have 11:50 to go, and we have timeout. It is Union now on top over Montevallo, 48-36.
Championship DNA. That's what you find at Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. A full line of new Chevrolets plus West Tennessee's largest used car inventory. State-of-the-art service work and pre-approved auto loans online at JonesChevroletHumboldt.com. Shop with a winner. Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way. The most important benefit when you buy from Jones Chevrolet at Three-Way? Peace of mind. Jones Chevrolet's warranty forever comes with every qualifying new and pre-owned vehicle. Powertrain coverage for as long as you own your vehicle. Find out more at Jones Chevrolet in Three-Way.
I had someone ask me, where did the term the big splash originate? It was actually in professional wrestling when back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, 601-pound Haystacks Calhoun would bounce off the ropes and promptly squash his opponent in the middle of the ring for a sure pinfall, and that move was called the big splash. We've adapted it here for what Parks and Littlepage have been doing tonight. And I have just educated my director, Christopher Reasons, about an old wrestling term. Union 48, Montevallo 36. Bulldogs now up to 49% in shooting. And what was 20% in three-pointers is now up to 35. And Union's committed only 3 fouls and only 1 by Montevallo in this half. Lady Bulldogs defeated the Falcons 78-69 in the women's game. So let's see how Dave Niven plays it out of the timeout. It has been explosive. Big three again. No, it's just caroms off, but the follow is there, the bank shot. Great concentration by Littlepage. So Union up 50-36. Union playing more like a machine, going for the offensive boards. Down the middle, and they lose it, and here comes Gidgel. And it's going to be a one-on-one, and they beat, and it's there, and the foul for Parks. He shifted right hand to left hand and nailed that one and got the foul. Ty Parks, now, he was rather quiet in the first half, but he's been all over it here in this second half. Union by 16, the largest lead, in Parks with 16. And Union now 50% from the floor. And Ty does not get the friendly roll, but Union, since the half started, 25-9 as we approach 11 minutes remaining. And there's a little bump, but they didn't call a foul. And that was going to be a drive-in foul, sort of a drive-by foul that is charged to Yvonne Prug, who has been playing much more improved in recent outings. You heard Dave Niven at halftime of the women's game mention him. And we're now under 11 minutes. That was a fantastic move, and that was one of those where Littlepage could not avoid the foul. So Jeremiah commits his second personal foul. So at the line for 2, it will be Aiden Gardner. Gardner's a 67% shooter, and you got to figure if you're at that level, he's going to be probably 1 out of 2. 3 out of 6 from the free throw line for Montevallo so far tonight. He gets the second to close it to 15, but Union with a full 5-possession lead. And setting the play, you could see him hold up the finger. That was DeBuck. A lot of rotation in and out of the paint. 10 on the shot clock. And DeBuck tries to float it over his defender. Iron was unkind. You had to be very fortunate for that one to drop. Shiflett came out with the rebound. And whereas they don't have to make a splashy comeback right now, you got to begin to shave some points off this lead if you're Montevallo on maybe 2 or 3 possessions. That is the kind of thing that Bertolet is so known for, is bouncing off his defender. And, oh my, I hope he's not. He went to the floor. I hope Bertolet's okay. And this favoring, it looked like it was a little bit of an ankle that got twisted up, but he seems okay. Bertolet has gone 28 minutes out of the 30 played in this game so far. So he and Ty Parks have been the Iron Man. And he shakes it off and gets right back in there. They could ill afford to lose him. The floater is off the mark, but the rebound again offensively to Shiflett. So they've been good at having second and third opportunities at the basket for most of this game. Now down to 9 on the shot clock, and the fall away. The floater is there for Bertolet. And, of course, he's going to be the guy that they're going to have to depend on to make a rally. It's 52-39. Bertolet with 19 points. And what Union cannot afford to do is to start playing not to lose. They've been very strong in the conference so far, including those 3 big ones on the road. Big 3 is too strong. Tipped away. And give it back to Union. Off the fingertips last of Gardner. And checking back in is Tharp for the Falcons. Union with a new 20. And they work the perimeter again. And the turnaround jumper gets the friendly roll. Yvonne Prug with his first basket. And back to a 15-point lead, and we're under 9 minutes to go in the game. And trying to go down the paint. The block was there, but also the foul. Excellent drive on the part of Tharp. That's the 16th foul on Union in this half. And so the next one will send Montevallo into the bonus. That's one thing that could perpetuate a comeback in this one, particularly if they could do it with the clock not running. Right down the heart for Tharp. And checking in, out is Sarver, and coming back in is Jalen Johnson for Union. For those of you watching us live, about 9:08 on the clock here in Jackson, Tennessee. And gets them both. So back to a 13-point margin, but still a 5-possession lead for Union. And Bulldogs, who just exploded in the first 6 minutes of this half. I mean, they went on a 25-9 run that was... we were tied at halftime, and it was a rather sluggish first half, to be honest with you. 9 on the shot clock now, going for the bomb. Yes, sir! Jalen Johnson with his first 3 of the game, and Union finally now 5 of 14. 16-point lead for the Bulldogs, and Bertolet being chased hard by Parks. They're down to 11 on the shot clock. And a fall-away jumper, and that could be a 3-shot foul, and that was, he couldn't help but trip into him, and that's a frustration, I know, for Newsom. So with 8:01 to go, it looks like this is going to be a 3-shot opportunity for Latch. Austin, the 6'5" junior. And he has the opportunity to close it to within 13. You just believe that this Montevallo team has to have a couple of runs, if not 3, in them. The big thing is if they could get momentum and could close this thing down to single digits, because you're just constantly climbing the ladder over and over and over again. Ty Parks comes out for a brief rest. Gets the second. So he's going to go for a 3-point play, as some would say, the hard way. I happen to think this is the weakest percentage way, because you're on the pressure to try to deliver all 3 of them, and he does. Excellent job by Latch. And they're going to a press. And let's see how tight they get it. And Union does a good job of beating it. And from the corner, quick release, and the 3 does not fall. And they scramble for it. And Union cannot afford to have one-shot possessions. Because that guy right there that had it in his hands, Bertolet, he can lead it. And they got right behind the defenders. They were completely snuffed out by McNeil, and he took it all the way. 5-point run now for the Falcons, who are now in that half-court trap. And Union barely gets it across, and Dave Niven decides, let's talk it over. So while they talk it over, we'll talk over something with you. 7:22 remaining, and it is Union still leading by 11. Tomorrow night and Sunday night from 7 to 10, brand new editions of Steve Beverly's TV Classics. I'll be bringing you some of the most fondly remembered Christmas shows of all time from the classic era of TV, and I hope you'll join us on E+ TV6, EPlusTV6.com, and those of you who are watching on the Stream On app on Roku, and our good friend George Brunet, or Brunet, I should say. And he's the administrator of that app and does a brilliant job with it. So join us 7 to 10 Central Time tomorrow night and Sunday night for brand new editions of Steve Beverly's TV Classics. And remember, Christmas Eve afternoon, we start at 12 noon, and we'll have 48 hours of great classics on the 24th, 25th, and until noon on the 26th. Hope you'll join us. And hope you'll stay with us the rest of the way here. Montevallo making a bit of a rally to close the gap to 11. They were down 16 at 57-41, which matched Union's largest lead of the game. Bulldogs had a couple of possessions with only one shot at the basket. 7 on the shot clock. They have to hurry. And trying to go, it is Littlepage, and he gets the curl hook. They navigated it down to 2 seconds on the shot clock, and the Bulldogs back up by 13, and we're under 7 minutes to go. Great dribbling by McNeil, and gets the high floating bank shot. That young man has shown me something tonight. 13 points. And that was a dangerous pass. Just deadly pass, and it's Bertolet. Reverse layup, but he was fouled from behind. Bertolet, that just shows you the great balance that he has. This guy is just something else. He is a graduate student from Fort Collins, Colorado, out where the Air Force Academy is. And he has a chance to close this one down to single digits. And that's what I say. They can just chip away at it, and then all of a sudden they're right back in it. Bertolet with 59-50, and Bertolet now with 21. Whoa, a dangerous pass, and they're going to get a jump ball out of that. And the alternate possession is going to send it because Littlepage had no help, and he had 3 men on him, and so this could close it to a 2-possession lead. Montevallo off that turnover, which is the 9th for the Bulldogs with 6:34 remaining. As we said, they had a run in them, and this is it right here. They are on a 9-2 run, and just off the mark for Bertolet. The follow is blocked. And going for the 3, in and out. They had 3 opportunities at it, and Union's going to go on the transition, and I think DeBuck will slow it up. Getting close to the 6-minute mark. And they go inside. And look at that reverse layup. Littlepage to Parks. And tie with 18. Great assist by Jeremiah. And back to the double-digit lead at 61-50. McNeil almost lost it. 15 on the shot clock for the Falcons. They're looking for a backdoor play. Instead, they go for the bomb, and the iron was unkind for Latch. Might not have been the best option at that point. DeBuck set a screen, but they decided not to go for it. 5:20 remaining. Bulldogs by 11. This is a big possession for Union as far as extending that lead. And open for the bomb. Nope. Air ball. Bertolet the rebound. That's his 6th. Now, watch him as he tries to take control of this possession. Almost stolen, and it is. And there's going to be a one-on-one battle, and going down inside and laying it through. Ty Parks, what a steal. 20 points. That's his first steal of the game, but it was huge to give Union a 63-50 lead. And I'll tell you, Dave Niven has to be proud of this offensive explosion in the second half. Fall-away jumper is there for McNeil. This guy is something else. 15 points on the night. He's 7 of 12 from the floor. And Union's going to have to hurry to get it across. And going for the bomb again. No. Rebound is there to Tharp. And they beat everybody down the floor. And overshooting the reverse layup was Gardner. And here you go. Is it? No. They were going for the big splash again, but the defenders crashed down too quickly, and that foul is going to be on Gardner with 4 minutes even remaining in the game. And timeout for a media break. And we'll take one, and we will come back with the final 4 minutes and show you how the final story will be written right after this.
We realize you have a busy lifestyle. And at the Bank of Jackson, we're here to help you fulfill all of your financial needs, personal and business loans, mortgages, online banking and bill pay, and so much more. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
Bulldogs are now up to 50%. Shooting from the floor, 26 of 52. Here's an interesting thing. They're only 31% from the free throw line. But they have been magnificent in the second half. 16 of 25 here in the second half for 64%. This is what has broken this game wide open with this 63-52 lead. Montevallo still the edge in rebounding, 34-30, but they have not been able to convert points off turnovers. Union's only given it up 9 times, and the Bulldogs have an 18-7 edge in points off turnovers, and that is, in fact, the story with this lead, 63-52. Bertolet, the game leader, with 21, but Parks with 20 at the opposite end, and Ty 9 of 13 from the floor. So it's Bulldog ball, 4 minutes remaining, and it is DeBuck to toss it in with a new 20 on the shot clock. And again, Bulldogs, the key for them is not to play, not to lose. There they go, underneath. And Little Page just outsmarted the defenders. He has 13. He's had a fine second half. Jeremiah 6 for 6 from the floor. And almost falling through. DeBuck is going to be charged with the foul. And McNeil, who's doing everything he can. You can't fault him. And he's going to the line for 2. On the game tonight, McNeil has missed both of his free throws, and Union's committed 9 team fouls, so the next one will be an automatic bonus for this Falcon team. Checking back in, it is Shiflett, and coming out is Tharp. This would cut it to 11, and he's just deadly. 18 points for McNeil. Now, take it back, 17. They just took it off my counter here. 17 points for McNeil. And Union, again, trying to continue aggressive, going for the bomb. Yes, sir! That one is Parks, and he's 3 of 6 from behind the arc, 23 points, and Union back to a 14-point margin, trying to answer it. Way off the mark for Latch. And slowing it up very smartly is Johnson. Union's going to try to shave a little time off the clock with a 14-point lead. A lot of rotation, and they're just trying to wait for a screen and an open player. Gidgel takes the jumper, gets it. Gidgel with 16, 70-54, and they toss it away. I think it was a miscommunication as to which way Bertolet was going to cut, and that one hurts. And timeout is called. That's the next to last timeout for Coach Kamara, and so we'll take another break. 2:45 remaining, and Union leads it 70-54.
Buying a home is a major milestone, and at the Bank of Jackson, we want to help you achieve it. Our mortgage specialists can assist you with conventional, VA, FHA, or construction loans, as well as USDA and THDA development loans. Serving the Jackson area for 25 years. The Bank of Jackson, your down-home community bank. You belong here. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Well, I'm hearing the strains of Word Up. I hadn't heard it all night tonight, and the Bulldog cheerleaders are doing their routine to that. As you see, the Bulldogs, who have played a magnificent second half, shooting 68% from the floor, 53% for the whole game, but 19 of 28 for 68%, and they have looked more like a machine here in this second half. First half, they looked like a gas tank that just hadn't been filled beyond a quarter of a tank. But in this second half, they have been all over the place, and I mean that in a positive way. And 29 of 55 for the game, 19 of 28 in the second half. And they've got a new 20 on the shot clock. And they will, with 2:45 remaining, the big thing is for them not to make careless mistakes. Parks is playing way out front with DeBuck, and he'll try to sneak in behind the defenders. Down to 7. They got to hurry. They're counting the time, going for the bomb. Yes, sir! Parks once again, 26, his 4th three-pointer. And that probably is the dagger. 73 and the 3 answered at the opposite end. And that was Moore with his first 3 of the game. 73-57. And Cowboy Curling comes back out there to try to get all of that moisture cleaned up. 2:11 remaining, and Montevallo is going to try that half-court trap press once again. Cowboy, I think you got it. Let's get on with the game now. And the official is doing a tap dance over there to see if it's clean enough. Could we play T for 2 for him right now? That would be good. And Union getting close to the 2-minute mark. Almost stolen, and a foul. Trying to snatch that one away was Latch, and he commits what appears to be his 4th foul of the game. That is only the 4th foul now of the half on Montevallo, and so Union will play it on its side of the court. And they've got 26 seconds remaining on the shot clock, so they're in no hurry. Up by 16. Largest lead was 19. They're scrambling to try to get it away from Parks. And there you go. Backdoor play. Gidgel gets it. And for Bo, that is 18. It's 3 big double-digit players for the Bulldogs tonight. 75-57. And nicely driven by Moore. He has 9. 75-59. Almost stolen, and it is. Nope. Yes, it is. Latch comes up with it after a lackadaisical pass. And another 2. That is a 2, not a 3 for Moore, but he's in double digits with 11. 1:20 to go, and Union's going to try to just skate as much time out as they can. And I don't think you're going to see a foul fest coming from Montevallo. 14 points is too much to try to make up by intentionally fouling. 13, 12, 11 on the shot clock. And right down the middle. And it was too high. Just got it up too high, did DeBuck. So they're going to hurry it back down with less than a minute remaining. Going for the 3. Yes, sir. Once again, it is Shiflett. And that closes it down to 75-63 with 49 seconds remaining. They got a 2-on-1, but Dave Niven says, take it back out. And timeout, and let's see, it may be a clock issue once again. And they're running down to see. I don't know what it is. Somebody went dashing back to the locker room. We're going to run just past our 9:30 time on the air, so Union's going to play it on the opposite end, and they're trying to get the clocks matched up at 46.8 seconds remaining. Carlos Spencer, the veteran clockmeister. And have they settled it? I think they're just trying to match up where we are as far as, and Dave Niven is looking around like saying, okay, Christmas will be here before we get this settled. And let's see what the delay is now. Union has 13 on the shot clock. Again, it's 76-64, Bulldogs by 12, and they pretty well, barring one of the miracle of miracles, they pretty well have this one in hand to go with their 4th consecutive victory, to go 7-4 on the season, and more importantly, 6-1 in the Gulf South Conference. And they're going to have to hurry. And DeBuck, he may put up a bomb. Instead, it is Littlepage, and he has it blocked. And they're scrambling for it. And here you go. This is going to be the big splash once again. Gidgel, they kept their composure. Gidgel with 20. And they'll be pretty well content to let them have one from the corner. And it's blocked. Once again, Gidgel with another block. Down to the final 3 seconds. And the fall away is not there, and that's it. Union takes it home 77-64 with an explosive second half, scoring 50-37 for, and they started out with a 25-9 run in this second half, and that pretty well did it. And for the most part, it was double-digit leads to that point. And with it 77-64, your final, and we're getting right close to the end, I'm going to just end it for us all right now, and by saying we'll be back Sunday afternoon. Steve Beverly saying so long from the great hub city of West Tennessee, and we'll see you Sunday afternoon at 1:45.